Get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rip protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
welcome back to Batavia, Ohio, here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for round 4 of the Pro-Am Karting Challenge here. We're getting ready to see our first rounds of pre-final racing action here, beginning with the CIK LO206 Masters class here. We saw a pretty awesome first qualifying session this morning, which saw the likes of Matt Lyda top the board with TJ Pugh behind him. Those are the drivers sitting second and third in the championship at the moment. Here we go. They're a little bit quick to the stripe here, but green flag is not going to go on their way. Yeah, a little too fast there for our 206 Masters drivers. Maybe it's a little bit of those pre-race jitters, getting the best of them here, even for the Masters guys. So we're going to see the yellow flag, and they're going to go around one more time and take the cut through on the old layout to see the green flag, hopefully for the second time around for all of these Masters drivers. Gives us a chance to run you through our starting lineup here. Matt Lyda, TJ Pugh on the front row. Second row, Chris Gorman in third. In fourth, we see Alan Elwood. That third row, Adam Dargis in fifth. Mike Doty in that sixth place spot. Then it's the Monsian brothers, Scott, and the likes of Dan as well. So that's that row 4. Row 5, James Ashbrook and Renee Mahler. That is going to be the likes of Daryl Dillon and Jennifer Hildebrand rounding out your field here for 206 Masters here. So we're going to get ready to round turn number 13 and 14. And then once they get through the dog leg, we can see them reform and try to take the green for the second time around here for Matt Lyda and TJ Pugh. Like I mentioned earlier, the driver sitting second and third in the championship at the moment. Right now, your points leader, is TJ Pugh. So it's Pugh, Alan Elwood, then Matt Lyda. So Pugh, your points leader. Matt Lyda sits third. Alan Elwood starts on that second row. He's looking to be pretty strong here so far. So green flag in the air this time around. Good start for all of our Masters drivers. Matt Lyda is going to take that top spot. He was on pole. He's going to remain that way here. And now in that second place spot, I believe it's the likes of Chris Gorman there in that second place spot. TJ Pugh loses a spot to sit third right now. Alan Elwood in fourth. We're side by side further back. That's the battle for that fifth place position, I believe, with Mike Doty and Adam Dargis there.
So far, all these drivers, it looks like they've kind of just single filed in, which doesn't surprise me here. Like I said, we're not in the real race yet. This is, if I understand correctly, Alex enlightened me a little bit. This is similar to heat racing, right? So I'm assuming this is going to set our positions for our final race later this evening. 8-minute heats, 8-minute pre-finals, that is, with one lap after the 8 minutes, but pretty much single file so far. Lyda continuing his, I wouldn't say domination from qualifying, but definitely continuing his strong driving out front here early.
Yeah, exactly. So this is identical to if we saw a heat and then a final of this pre-final. It's still an important race, right? There's still points on the line for these races, but it also sets the grid for the final later on today, and that's what's important. You don't want to. You can afford to have a bad qualifying and drive your way through, and that's why we have these pre-final sort of events, and that's why in some races you'll have multiple heats during the day to give drivers that chance to come back to the field if something went wrong in that qualifying session, or vice versa. For this pre-final, the main task is to not finish further behind than where you started. That's always a positive, and then if you can make up a spot or two or more, that's always a bonus as well. And for Matt Lyda, if you start on the pole position, you can do what he's doing right now and pull away by over a second at the moment. That is best case scenario. So Matt Lyda so far, as we get over the hill, 5 minutes and some change, 6 minutes to go in this session. It's looking pretty good for Lyda. Further back though, it's a lot of battling further back. They're side by side for P2. That's the likes of TJ Pugh and Alan Elwood going at it. We saw one driver, I believe that might have been Chris Gorman, going way wide in the 234 machine through turns 12 and 13. So through the dog leg we go. Matt Lyda can look back if you'd like and see a lot of clean air behind him. No concern for him out front. Further back, let's see, side by side. That is the likes of Alan Elwood and Pugh. Elwood's going to take that top spot away from TJ Pugh. And then it's Gorman, then it's Dargis there That's the battle for second through that 5th place spot. Mike Doty right now just falling off the tail end of this 4-cart train, and you don't want to do that. You can't really afford to do that in 206 racing. Otherwise, you'll start losing, touch of the pack. That's why it's so impressive what we're seeing Matt Lyda do right now, which is pull away from this group. But now, this is scary stuff for Lyda to me, because if Elwood and Pugh could put some solid laps together like they did in that latter half of the qualifying session, 2 carts, like we know from previous races, are faster than one, especially in low horsepower categories like 206 Masters. So it's a pretty large mountain to climb for these drivers, 2.3 seconds back. But I think Elwood and Pugh can make something happen here. 4.5 minutes plus a couple there, and then plus the extra lap that we'll get in this pre-final for these drivers to make something happen. But they're starting to, slot in line. It's single file driving now. There's no need to race too much too early. These Masters drivers, some of the more experienced drivers that we have around the country. So Lyda crosses the stripe to extend his advantage by 0.3. So it's still Elwood, Pugh, Gorman, Dargis. No changes throughout the top 12. Besides 9th, Ashbrook gets around Mahler there for that P9 position.
And Gorman and Dargis have just been at each other all this race so far. They've just been side by side, and you kind of seen this pack now when they're watching this group of 4 at 2nd through 5th place. And you kind of touched on it earlier. Doty was kind of in the middle of this little group. He kind of got swallowed up by him. And while that was going on, it really gave Lyda an opportunity to get out to this huge lead. But now that they've kind of lined up, I'm looking at the lap times here. Lyda is still the fastest, but they are at least making a little bit of ground as far as catching back up to Lyda's lap times.
Yeah, and at this point in the race, when you're 2.5, almost 3 seconds out in front, 3.5 minutes plus an extra lap to go for Matt Lyda, you can almost look back and think, all right, I can almost back it down a little bit. I'm not saying that he can, start lifting in places that are flat out, but maybe not push as hard, maybe not burn up as much rubber as you'd like. There isn't a whole lot of tire degradation in the 206 side of things, but it's still one of those, save the wear and tear on your body, save the risk of making a mistake. When you have this much of an advantage, it's, it doesn't pay too much to try to keep pushing, but sometimes, I know myself included, when I get into a rhythm of it all, and it's almost better and easier as a driver to just continue to set fast laps than back it down and almost think too much about the driving that you're doing. So I think it's what Matt Lyda is doing right now, and you mentioned it, right? The first couple of laps that we saw in the qualifying, Matt Lyda was a tick better than everybody else. Since then, last time around, Elwood and Pugh actually matched almost to the T what Matt Lyda did lap time-wise last time around. So it's starting to, the tide is switching back to Elwood and Pugh. I think it's a little too late with 2.5 minutes and a lap to go here for those drivers, but in the final, on a longer race, maybe if this same situation unfolds, there's a little bit more time in the books for Elwood and Pugh to make something happen here. So we round the dog leg. I gotta say, visually, the gap is closing. It was 2.5 last time around. Let's see as they cross the stripe this time around. Matt Lyda crosses the stripe now. Here comes Elwood, 2.2 seconds. So almost 0.3 quicker was Elwood, Pugh, Gorman, and Dargis there. So I will say 2 minutes in a lap, at 0.3 a lap is just not enough. But all of a sudden, whether or not Matt Lyda is pushing all the way here, knowing that his gap is large enough so he doesn't have to risk a mistake, or like I mentioned, just like in the qualifying session, it takes maybe Elwood and Pugh a couple of laps to get back into the groove. Maybe their go-kart likes that, 4th, 5th, 6th lap, that latter stage where Matt Lyda's go-kart likes that earlier stage of the race. It's starting to flip on its head a little bit here. Now Alan Elwood is on the charge, and this is also what we see when you have that rabbit in front of you to go chase. It's just an extra thing to go out there and grab, right? And when you feel like you're getting closer to that driver, it's just giving you almost added momentum. You almost find that 8th gear, if you will, and really just kick it into another level. And so this time around, that gap is still closing. We saw TJ Pugh attempt to move on Alan Elwood last time around through 13. He couldn't make it stick. What's the gap? 2.2. It's 1.3 seconds. Wow, either Matt Lyda's having issues, he made a mistake, or he's really backing it down here because Alan Elwood has turned up the wick, and it's down to 1.3 seconds. 50 seconds left in this race, plus an extra lap.
Well, and depending on the timing, that when Lyda gets back to the start-finish line, it might still be another lap with time remaining, correct? Because it's whatever he gets to the start-finish line when the clock expires, right? So there still could be at least 2 more laps in this race, and you said it. They're closing the gap now, so there's still definitely time. That last time around, you said it. There is definitely a time difference there. I would think Lyda is trying to take it easy here, but you mentioned it's so difficult to just not drive your normal racing line and try to change things. You go into a corner slower than you're used to. All of a sudden, you get on the brakes a little bit harder, and you might even spin your kart out. So you can see that gap is definitely closing. The gap between 3rd and 4th has dropped off, but definitely 2nd and 3rd chasing up to 1st place here. 1 lap to go.
Here
You
we
see
go.
it now.
White flag in the air. Yeah, white flag in the air. 1 lap to go. It was 1.3. It's less than 0.6 of a second for Alan Elwood and TJ Pugh. 2 go-karts are faster than 1. They're proving it here. And for Matt Lyda, whether he's backing the go-kart down, he's having issues with the go-kart, or maybe it just got too much grip. Remember, I said this earlier in the day on the previous broadcast of, listen, it's great to be quick in warm-up, great to be fast in qualifying, but sometimes this happens where you're too fast too early in the day, and when the heat picks up, the go-kart finds more grip, the track finds more grip as the rubber gets laid down, your go-kart is too stuck to the racetrack where you don't get that slip angle that you need. And right now, I think Matt Lyda's go-kart's not getting the rotation that he would like, and so down the back straightaway for the final time, they might be 1 lap too short, but for Alan Elwood, it's been a heck of a charge through here to potentially steal a win. He's not going to steal the win. TJ Pugh wants to steal 2nd place, but Elwood with a great run around the outside there, maintains P2. All that racing for 2nd is going to give Matt Lyda just enough of advantage out of the final corner through the dog leg. He looks over his shoulder, and that gap closed to 3.5 tenths at the stripe. Matt Lyda wins the pre-final, but in a dogfight with himself, Elwood, and TJ Pugh at the stripe. I tell you what, in the final later today, where there's 2 extra minutes, to the overall time, we might have had a different result here. So for Matt Lyda, as much as maybe the results say he won this race, it's back to the drawing board for him because he gave up a 2.5 second lead in a handful of laps there to Alan Elwood and TJ Pugh. So they're probably smiling under their helmet. Matt Lyda's probably, wiping some sweat off and breathing a sigh of relief that this race wasn't a couple laps longer.
Well, and I was watching there too. That final lap between Elwood and Pugh, I was wondering how long do you wait to try to chase down Lyda, or do you try to make your own move for 2nd or 3rd there? And you saw Pugh try to make that move in turn 13, just ran out of a little bit of juice. They kind of got together, and then I definitely handed it to Lyda. But you mentioned it with this 2 extra laps, or even 3 extra laps possibly, we're going to see in the final. Lyda drove a great race, but I think it just with the way it progressed, he would have been a sitting duck there with 2 or 3 laps to go.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see later today when those feature races begin at 2:15 Eastern time here at Batavia, Ohio. But for Matt Lyda, he holds on to a pretty chaotic final couple of laps there in the 206 Masters class. We'll take a quick break from the action and come back to see 206 Junior racing coming up in just a few moments' time.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio for the Pro-Am Karting Challenge here. We just saw a great final couple of laps of that 206 Masters pre-final where we saw Alan Elwood almost take the charge to Matt Lyda there at the end. Expect more of the same here in 206 Junior. This is their pre-final race, and so far this looks to be a much cleaner start to the race than what the Masters guys had, so maybe they'll get the green flag on the first time around. Adler Klein on the front row, Roland alongside him. Green flag is out. Good start for Klein. Decent start for Roland. Better start for Beck there to take that P2 spot, and there was side-to-side contact between Lanter and Roland there for third and fourth. So again, if just like what we saw in the Masters class, you don't want to race too hard in the opening stages of the race because it can give the leader a large advantage that you have to overcome throughout the race. So they're doing a decent job here of staying single file. There's nothing wrong with making passing attempts because at the start of a race, it's always the easiest and best chance that you have as a driver to make up spots because it's the closest you'll probably be to those drivers throughout the race in terms of the whole field stacked as one large bunch. Nonetheless, halfway through the first lap here, 7 minutes plus an extra lap here in this pre-final. They're 8-minute total sessions, and then they have the added lap once the clock strikes 0. The final later today will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps. So for most classes, that means an additional 3 laps. But for the pre-final, especially for these 206 junior drivers, 8 minutes plus a lap really means about 8 or 9 laps. And that was contact with, I believe, Lanter and Lewis there. That's going to, hold them up a bit there. We'll have to get the names for the numbers there. So Klein crosses the stripe to see Roland, Lanter, Shepard, and that was Lewis and Beck getting together there at the exit of turn 14. And anytime you have tire-to-tire contact, it slows both drivers down. And now you can see what it cost them over the course of 1 lap, 2.9 seconds.
Good job by both drivers, though, to get back on the track and keep going. Nobody, like you said, losing some time, definitely, but nobody going off track and ending their race. And I want to give a little bit of shout-out to Klein there on the start. I don't know if you noticed, Alex, but it looked like that second row was kind of bunched up a little bit. I don't know if maybe there was a little bit of a racecraft there on the start. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong. I'm not smart enough to comment on that, but it looked like a little bit of strategy there on the start, and that allowed Klein to get out to the lead he is now.
Well, that's always the thing with these type of starts where the inside lane usually, especially when turn 1 and 2 at MCC are left-handers, the inside lane is at an advantage. So you don't have to do too much strategy, but like you mentioned, usually at the start, you'll see drivers play games with their throttle and, maybe slightly get on the gas, lift, and then get on the gas again, just enough to get the outside lane to kind of back off a little bit. And it's a bit of both, right? Because I think also partly just because the nature of the first 2 quarters being 2 left-handers, the outside lane is at a pretty large disadvantage. So I think it was impressive enough that Roland was able to hold on to P3, and now he's back up to second. Last time around, lap time-wise, nobody quicker than Adler Klein, 2/10 faster than what Roland did last time around. So this is identical to what we saw in the Masters race. But again, now with the likes of Caleb Lanter there in third, closing the gap on the likes of Ace Roland and P2, if those two can hook up, front bumpers to rear bumper and really work together, and even with Shepard as well, 3 go-karts. We've seen it before in the past in other races. 3 go-karts. We know 2 are faster than 1. 3 can be even faster if done properly. So let's see this time around. It looks to be at least maintaining, but I think that gap might have closed slightly here. So we're in around 13, 14 and go through the dog leg here. And if these 3 drivers behind Adler Klein can start to work together really well, we could see a close in the gap here. So side by side for the back. It's not going to help their chances at catching Klein. Roland loses a 10th and a half. Lanter and Shepard still going side by side. Lanter holds on to P3, but Shepard thought about a move there for a moment. Let's go further back to that 5th place driver. We saw the contact with Lila Beck. She's fallen off the tail end of this group, and then the likes of Beckham Lewis as well. Unfortunately, just some issues. Made a slight mistake on last lap because he's about 15 seconds back from the lead now, and he was inside the top 3 at one point in this race. So even with the mistake that he had and with the contact with Beck, there must have been some sort of issue that we didn't see on camera. But back on our screen, 3 minutes 45 left in this pre-final. Adler Klein doing a great job so far to keep the tires underneath them, keep the go-kart underneath them. Almost a mistake there. He actually turned in a little too early, grabbed some curb, and almost dropped the tire in the grass. And again, it's really easy as a leader, especially when you're so far out front, to lose sight of the end goal, lose sight of what the task at hand is, and that's to put qualifying level laps together and just pull away like he has been doing. That being said, a 109.159, nobody even close to his lap time besides Caleb Lanter, who actually matched him pace-wise on 109.193 as well. So for Roland, he loses 5/10. For Lanter, matching the pace of Adler Klein, that bodes well. Maybe not for the pre-final, because I think at this point, less than 3 minutes to go, we saw the Masters race get closer, but I think Adler Klein's go-kart just continues to get better. But as the final gets underway later on today, I think the likes of Caleb Lanter could have something to say about this one. There's a good look at the battle for P2. So there's Adler Klein out front. He's got over a 2-second margin at this point in this race. So if we can shift focus to the battle for P2, which is Roland, Lanter, and Shepard, that's going to be the main battle to watch here, because you can see them going at it, taking 3 different lines through turns 13 and 14. And with a slight mistake there from Ace Roland through the dogleg, we could see a change in position, maybe for third, because look at this, Lanter and Shepard going after it here. Shepard all over the bumper of Lanter. No change in position there for third. They still want to, work together, push, and see if they can catch up to Adler Klein at this point in the race. 2.5 seconds back. That gap just continues to grow. So this is the closest battle right now.
I actually do want to give a shout out to Joe Shepard here. That last lap, he made a move on Caleb Lanter and actually took third place away. So he's actually sitting in third right now. But he has had some pace in this race. I think for a few laps, he was caught behind Lanter. He might make a move for second here. A couple of laps ago, he tried to make a move to the inside. Kind of killed his momentum, but he seems to have built it back up now, and he's right on the back bumper now.
Yeah, Shepard's been putting on a tear here throughout this race. And now down the back straightaway they go. He's not close enough at the moment to make a move. There's Adler Klein going through turns number 12 and 13. They're side by side further back. I think Shepard might have just set one on Ace Roland there. He has. Wow, Shepard through on Ace Roland up to P2. Roland's going to lose a spot. Lanter's going to third. So from second to fourth in a matter of a corner and a half for Ace Roland. But for Shepard, a late lunge in the turn 12. He takes the second spot away, and with 50 seconds plus a lap to go, this is definitely the final lap before the added laps, with 2 to go here in 2:06 junior, and Shepard's been on an absolute tear in this one.
I really think that if he would have gotten through this traffic a little bit faster, he had a chance possibly to at least chip into the gap. I'm not saying that he would have caught him, but I do think he had a chance to at least chip into the gap that Adler Klein has created. He's had some real speed here in the closing laps.
Yeah, we'll get a decent idea here. I know Adler Klein at this point in the race is probably not pushing to the max because he's got a 3.6 second advantage out front, but this final couple of laps, we'll get a decent idea of Shepard's pace in comparison to Klein, because this has been a decently clean lap for Shepard. He's had nobody in front of him. He's had no real threat behind him either. So Klein through 12 and 13. He likes that wider line. I think he's maybe playing with the margins a little bit too much here, but nonetheless, if that's the line he likes to take, then it's working for him, because clearly the gap is continuing to grow. And as Shepard has to defend from Lanter, it's not going to bode well for his chances at a decent lap time here. But we'll get a pretty solid idea of what to expect in the final. So Klein crosses the stripe. Shepard now 4.3, so 7/10 slower than Klein. I think a lot of that had to do with the defending that we saw throughout that lap. So now this is the battle for second place here in the pre-final. We know as long as everything remains on the go-kart, Adler Klein's going to get the win here in this pre-final. But further back, this has been a pretty tough scrap for P2. And the more they fight, Lila Beck is right back in the mix of things. I mean, we saw that Lila had a bit of contact in the opening stages of this race, fell back, and now back into the mix of it all. 8/10 back from Roland here. If they get into it a little bit, Lila Beck could have a chance at a top 3 or maybe even a second place finish here. It's going to take a little bit of argy-bargy style racing for that to happen, but we've seen crazier things. And for Adler Klein, again, likes that wider line. It always makes me hold my breath a little bit when he gets that close to the grass on the exit there, but he likes it. And through 13, 14, and now around the dogleg he goes in a moment's time, and Shepard has to defend slightly from Caleb Lanter. So this battle for P2 will continue to rage on, but for Adler Klein, checkered flag in the air. He wins the pre-final in 2:06 junior. Further back, Shepard P2, side by side for third, Caleb Lanter over Ace Roland. Lila Beck rounds out your top 5. That Beckham Lewis in a few moments' time to cross the stripe, to cross the line and finish in that 6th place spot for 206 Junior. Nobody was able to contend with the pace that Adler Klein had on that Tony Kart package, but maybe in the final, after Shepard put his charge on the field in this pre-final, might have something to say about it in the final. When we come back, it's time for 206 Senior Racing, the 3rd of 4 206 pre-finals that we'll see today. But first, a quick word from all of our partners.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio, the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC. This is round 4 of this event, and it's time for 206 Senior pre-final action. Let's see if they get the green on the first time around. Drivers are ready, and green flag out. 206 Senior pre-final action is underway here with Ben Lyda and the likes of Braden Heber on your front row. They're going side by side further back. That's also Nolan Holiday in the mix as well. So we saw a pretty close qualifying session earlier today that was led by Ben Lyda, but the likes of Braden Heber, Nolan Holiday, Dagenhart, and others were in the mix of a potential pole position. So we'll see how this all shakes out here. 8 minutes plus an extra lap in this pre-final for all these drivers to make something happen. So far in the Masters and the Junior 206 race, we've seen the pole sitter pull away early and no one able to catch him. That's a rare mistake there for Braden Heber. He drops the tire. It's going to allow Nolan Holiday to get through in turn number 12 further back, side by side for third. That was, I believe, Degenhart couldn't make that one stick, but for Ben Lyda, just like in Masters and in Junior, this has been the dream start for your pole sitter. He's extending his advantage by about maybe 5 or 6 tenths at the stripe here. First lap in the books. It's the likes of Ben Heber, then it's Lyda, then Holiday. So Ben Heber is actually your leader in this one. Ben Lyda was the one that took advantage of Nolan Holiday's mistake in that one. So good start there for Braden Eber. Ben Lyda was your pole sitter in this one, so let's see if he can get back up to that top spot with the help now of Nolan Holiday. These three drivers have pulled away from that fourth place machine of Shane Hambrick, who's gotten around the likes of Gavin Degenhart in fifth.
And I've watched about 10 kart races now, so I think I can call myself a professional here. I think what we're seeing again is kind of the trend we've seen all day long is the leader gets out to that early lead, but once we see some of the other drivers kind of get into that pack and form those 2-3 wide kart trains, that's when we start to see that lead come away, or drop away. So I think we'll see that again here. I think we'll see some of these drivers start to tandem up, maybe getting a line of 3. We see a line of 2, a line of 3 forming now behind the leader, and then we'll start to see, especially if the leader's going to drop a tire off, it's definitely going to help these drivers catch back up to him.
This time around, crossing the stripe, a little over 5.5 minutes left, and that gap is closing. Ben Lyda last time around was 5/10 faster than Braden Eber. Nolan Holiday was a little bit slower than Lyda, but also 3/10 faster than Braden Eber. So the drivers in second and third are quicker than your leader at the moment and continuing to close. It was 5/10 at the stripe. It looks to be less than that this time around through turns number 5 and 6 now. A little bit of a tighter line for Ben Lyda, but it's working for him. The go-kart looks pretty good at the moment here, and hopefully, unlike what we saw with Matt Lyda earlier, even though he won that pre-final, Matt Lyda had a bit of issues, I'd say, with the go-kart throughout the last couple of laps there. It's looking pretty good for Ben Lyda here. Down the back straightaway we go. Through turn number 12, Lyda's close enough if he wants to make a lunge into 13. Let's see if he elects to do so. Not close enough. He might be waiting for turn number 1 here. So through 14, and then we go through the dog leg section of the racetrack. 4 minutes, 40 seconds left, plus a lap in this pre-final, and the gloves are off early. Down the front straightaway we go. Lyda looks over his shoulder, realizes that they're pulling away from Nolan Holiday, so he doesn't really have to make a desperation move early on this one. Through turn number 2 we go. Lyda is just, at this point, studying Braden Eber. This is more for the final later today, because to me, when you're behind a driver that you know you're going to be up against, that you have been up against all season long, and that you're up against this weekend on the national layout here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, you want to study where maybe they're faster than you, and where they're slower than you, and where you think they're leaving the door open for you to make moves. So right now, this is smart stuff from Ben Lyda. You know you're faster than him, than Heber at the moment. You don't have to make the move right now. There's still 4 minutes and change left, but when Braden Heber makes a mistake like that, it forces your hand. So Ben Lyda, maybe he didn't want to make the move right then and there, but he has to. Ben Lyda's through, and Nolan Holiday now, with that mistake from Heber, is getting closer and closer to that top spot. Here's a good look at Hambrick, Degenhart, and Venanzi there, 4th, 5th, and 6th. This battle will continue to brew on, and it's getting closer for that 4th and 5th battle, but nothing closer than what we see between our top 3 drivers. Nothing in it at the moment. 3.5 minutes plus a lap to go here for Ben Lyda. And look at the run that Braden Heber has. Do we see him move to the inside in turn number 2? No. But now it's Braden Heber's turn to take a stab at it here and see if he can, take the fight to Ben Lyda.
And really, I think you hit the nail on the head. I do think that Lyda wanted to time that a little bit more, maybe just sit behind Heber and, like you said, see what he was going to do. He might be like a driver, too, that really enjoys chasing. And now that you see that Heber is in second, he's really kind of closing the gap now and really putting the battle to Lyda. But a few mistakes by Braden Heber was all it took to really open the door by Benjamin Lyda there. But I really appreciate what you said there, Alex. A very cerebral race, so far from Lyda so far.
Yeah, but now, like I mentioned earlier, Braden Heber, as much as maybe the pace wasn't there at the opening stage of this race, now that he's gotten behind Ben Lyda, learned a couple of things, maybe that Ben was doing better than him, he's really, found a resurgence here, and all of a sudden there's more pace on board that machine there. So for Ben Lyda, this is not a freebie for him, as much as maybe the pace that he showed in the opening laps said that it may have been. So for Braden Heber, at this point in the race, he might be quicker than Ben Lyda. The tides are starting to shift here for Braden, and through turns number 3 and 4, down the back straight we go. We might see him move to the inside. No. I've said it all day, right? 2 go-karts, especially the 206 class, are faster than 1. This is smart driving from Braden Heber, who knows at this point they're pulling away a couple of tenths a lap over Nolan Holiday in third. No need to make a pass. Because every time you make a pass in any sort of category in karting, whether it's 206, mini, micro, K100, X30 shifter, it doesn't matter. it's almost impossible to make a pass and not lose some sort of time, and especially in the 206 side of things where the bottom end of the engine package on the RPM range is not that high, and when you make a pass, you're naturally going to get below that, wanted bottom range of the RPMs, and you're going to start to lose time. So I think at this point, still a minute and some change to go, plus a lap. There's maybe, if they're lucky, 3 laps left in this pre-final. There's no need to make a move right now. It was 1 second back to Nolan Holiday. It's 2 seconds now. So these two drivers, Braden Heber and Ben Lyda, working super well together at the moment to pull away from Nolan Holiday.
Well, and I would say that Heber now is basically doing the strategy that I think Lyda wanted to do before. And Heber is, I can't say anything, he's in second, right? And he's running almost identical lap times to the leader, but he keeps making those little mistakes. You watch, he just drops a tire off, and I'm not trying to, it's a very difficult thing to do, right? We're not trying to criticize anybody out here or anything like that, but just that's been the difference so far, is that Lyda has run a nearly perfect race, and Heber has just had a couple of mistakes.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? I mean, it goes to show you how one mistake can cost you a race. We saw Braden Heber lose the lead earlier because he dropped a tire, and now you mentioned he's continued to drop tires here and there throughout the race, and it's costing him valuable chances when it comes to the main passing zones on the racetrack. So let's see what timing and scoring elects to do here as the clock ticks from 6, 5, 4, 3. We're going to get 2 more to go because they just made it. So 2 laps to go here for Braden Heber. They're pulling away at 8/10 a lap at the moment. Yeah, Heber's faster, and they're much faster than the rest of the field right now. So this is the main battle to focus on the racetrack. And naturally, you will be faster. When you're the cart behind somebody, you're getting that draft, you're getting that toe. You have that rabbit in front of you to chase as well. So you're going to find more speed than the guy in front of you. So at the moment, lap time is a little less important than just overall track position. But if you look at where I think Ben Lyda is faster, at the moment, it seems as though on the slower parts of the racetrack where the motor is maybe in that bottom RPM range, he might have a taller gear on at the moment because Ben Lyda, or more teeth on, should I say, because at the moment it looks like he's rocketing out of the corners better and maybe keeping the RPMs up through that mid-range. But on the higher speed section, so when we go into turn number 1, turn 2, that's where Braden Heber's go-kart comes back into play. So you see out of 14 there, Braden Heber loses time as, whoa, there's a look at Gavin Dagenhart there, two-wheeling through turn number 14. I know they've added some Rhino-liner over there on that part of the racetrack, but still, two-wheeling is pretty cool to see. This is great to see if you're Braden Heber's fan base. He's up to the inside and through to the lead in the final lap of the pre-final.
That was a heck of a move there. He had such of a run coming off of turn number 1 there. Let's see if he can hold it off. And we kind of mentioned earlier, yes, it doesn't really come down to lap time, but Heber here, if he can drive a perfect 2 laps, and if he can drive a perfect rest of this lap, a little bit of a wiggle there, I think he's got it. And you mentioned it earlier, the really important part of this Lyda has been able to do better is he's been able to drive the slow parts of the racetrack faster. So we'll see what happens here in the final part of this lap.
Well, here we go. Like we said, he's a rocket ship out of the corners, and it's going to help him here.
Whoa.
Through 12, Lyda back through to the inside. Now he has to defend through 13. Look for the over-under here if you're Braden Heber. Out of 14, I don't know if it's going to be enough, but at this point, Braden Heber might be able to get a toe. Further back, the battle for 4th continues to rage on. Gavin Dagenhart over Hambrick and Venanzi. Here's Braden Heber to the stripe. He's not close enough. Ben Lyda wins the pre-final. Braden Heber, Nolan Holiday's going to cross the line to finish 3rd. And then further back, the battle for 4th is between Dagenhart, Hambrick, and Venanzi. And it's going to be Gavin Dagenhart who finishes in 4th over Hambrick, over Venanzi, over Collins to round out your 7th and final driver here in 206 Senior. But what a pre-final. Ben Lyda was able to make amends for getting past in that final lap, got around him, and I think this is where you're going to see both drivers go to the drawing board a little bit because I think they both didn't have the perfect go-kart. Ben Lyda was faster in the slow section. Braden Heber was quicker on the fast part of the racetrack, and that's why he was able to get such a good run out of turn 1. So to me, it depends on driving style. Ultimately, I think they both maybe are too far in the opposite directions. Maybe they want to meet in the middle and find a go-kart that's good enough in both. But nonetheless, it's all about driving style. It's all about what the team and the driver likes. So I'm over here just giving my 2 cents as somebody that's watching the action. But that was great to see. And so for Ben Lyda, he wins the pre-final. It's going to be a great final later on this afternoon between two drivers that are going after it in the championship hunt. When we come back from this quick commercial break, it's time for 206 cadet racing.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Back here to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's time for 206 cadet racing here for their pre-final. 3 drivers set to take the green flag, and it is out. Green flag is in the air for our 3 206 cadets, headed by William Richard, Drew Schneider, and then Colton Hoops as well in that third place spot at the moment. So we saw a pretty decent battle between our top 2 drivers in that qualifying session there earlier on in the day. But now it's time for pre-final action. 8 minutes plus an extra lap to go for all of these 206 cadet drivers. And this class is, like I mentioned earlier in the other broadcast, is usually that first class out of Kid Kart, right? If you never did Kid Kart, you'd probably go right into 206 cadet. If you did Kid Kart, maybe you feel comfortable enough to go right into Micro Swift. But this is that bridge in between the 2 gaps, right? Where it's you have Kid Kart, then you have Micro. You have 206 cadet in the middle. This is a slower engine package, same age group as the Micro Swift class, 7 to 10 years old. Really, 10 is at the top end. Really, it's usually 7 to maybe 8 or 9 is what you'll see at the 206 cadet level. But it's just a great learning tool for these drivers on this slower engine package. Still gives you enough speed though to where you have to use the brakes in some of these corners, and gives you a sense of speed, gives you a sense of grip. And gives you an idea of what it's like to battle, especially at the higher level, maybe at CK&A races where this 206 cadet class reaches numbers above 50 entries, for example. So it's a great learning tool, and we're seeing it here. This is a great scrap. William Richard, Drew Schneider going after it here. They matched each other's lap times last time around, and I knew this would happen. Because in that qualifying session, it was pretty close at the end of it all. And like I mentioned, you can really be 2 to 3 tenths slower a lap. But as long as you're in that draft and you're in that window to get that toe, you have a decent shot at battling for a win or battling for the driver in front of you. So with 6 minutes to go plus an extra lap, right now Drew Schneider is doing a great job to maintain that gap, to stay close enough to William Richard that if Richard makes a mistake at some point like there, going a little bit wide out of 14, he might be able to make amends and make him pay for a mistake.
Yeah, and I want to give some love to Colton Hoops, too. I mean, if you're out here and you're Colton, maybe you don't got the speed these other 2 guys do, but you want to go out there, and I think every time you go out there and you run every single lap, you're just trying to go, where can I improve? Where can I find a little bit more speed? So I'll be watching Colton's lap times throughout the race, seeing if he, like right there, picks up a little bit of speed that last time by, 14.9 for Colton. It's good lap for him. He's just going out there trying to improve. But you mentioned it, even though we don't have as many cars in this field, still a great battle here between Richard and Schneider. Just going at each other here. I do think that maybe Richard has a little bit of an advantage here. Last time by, he was a little bit faster, but you mentioned it. If Schneider can stay in this draft here and run it like a near perfect race, that's pretty much all you can ask out of yourself right now if you're the 11 cart, and just hope that maybe a mistake happens in front of you.
Yeah, William Richard right now going slightly defensive there on Drew Schneider, but it's not going to cost him too much on the exit here. And like you mentioned, this is one of those things where these are two drivers going after it, setting personal best laps as the session goes on there, and you see a good run there for Drew Schneider out of the dog leg. They're side by side down the front straightaway here. So for William Richard, he has to go defensive. Do we see an outside pass here for Schneider? We don't, but maybe a crossover move here coming for Drew through turn number 2. It's not going to happen just yet, but it's starting to rage on here, and the gloves are officially off for these 206 cadet drivers, and they're putting on a pretty cool show for us. Some of the best racing action we've seen all day between two of the youngest drivers here at the racetrack here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And so round turn 4 and 5 here through the turn 6, I thought we were going to see a move from Drew Schneider. Not going to happen just yet. Third place is still Colton Hoops in that third place spot, and like you mentioned, consistent. That's what you want out of a driver. Maybe you're new to the sport, maybe you just want to set some laps. And for Colton Hoops, I mean, he's within a 10th of his previous lap. That's all you can ask for a driver that's getting into it right now, and again, staying consistent.
72 is a great number too. There's an inside joke behind that, but 72 is a great number. So I just hope that, again, Colton out there, you see him coming out of turn number 11 right now. But the reason I keep giggling, I'm sorry, Alex, I keep giggling when you're talking. I really think that Richard and Schneider here are having a lot of fun. About 2 laps ago, Richard was still in the lead, and he kind of turned back to Schneider and kind of gave him like a hand wave, like, come on, man, are you gonna race me? You know what I mean? And they were side by side through the next corner. So not only is everybody competing, I genuinely believe, and you can probably attest to this a little bit, Alex, I think people enjoy coming out here and racing against each other. There's competition, but I think people want each other to do well. And I really think that Richard and Schneider are having a bunch of fun out here just trying to chase each other and see who's better right now. Because it's going to be a battle. It continues. Like you said, this is the developmental series to the next series. So they're going to continue to see each other, going to continue to race each other. So might as well get the friendly rivalry going now.
Exactly, and like you said, at the end of the day, I mean, these drivers know, I mean, they're going to be on the podium, right? So they want to be able to, get as high up on the podium as possible. And so for Richard, for Schneider, 2 buddies here at MCC, I mean, they're just going after it, having a good time, but also competing as friends, as rivals on the racetrack, friends off the racetrack. Here we go, Drew Schneider, able to actually be on the right side of the racetrack this time. He's through to the lead. He set him up perfectly out of the dog leg, and I don't think Richard knew how close Schneider actually was to his rear bumper. And now it's Richard's turn to go on the offensive here, up towards turn 4. No move there, but with a pretty decent run out of this corner, we could see a move down towards the inside of turn number 6 for Richard here. Who's going to be later on the brakes, Schneider or Richard? They're both going to brake at the same spot. They're willing to continue to work together, do what they've done all season long, do what they've done all day long. And with a minute and a half plus an extra lap to go, there's about 2 laps left here, 2.5 or so laps left in this pre-final with a mistake out of Schneider. Side by side, down the back straightaway we go. William Richards going to retake the top spot here, and now is back on Drew Schneider to make a move stick.
Look at this. This is just an absolute dogfight between these 2 drivers. We were talking about it. We were saying maybe Schneider was just going to follow in and just kind of follow along. No, I think it kind of similar to what we saw in the last race. I think both drivers have their spots. Look at this, pinching them all the way to the inside, side by side, the turn 1 here. Let's see what happens. Oh, what a move. What a move. Schneider just pulled the old-fashioned dirt slider on him there.
Drew Schneider. He got driven all the way to the dirt almost there and makes it stick. And now it's back for on William Richard to make a move stick for P1. So this has been an absolute duel for the ages between 2 drivers who are just going after here. Richard giving the bumper to Schneider on the brake zone. Schneider holding on to that go-kart pretty well. So through the chicane we go. What a fight we have on our hands here with 1.5 laps to go in 206 Cadet. Down the back straightaway for Drew Schneider. Last lap made a mistake. This time keeps his go-kart underneath them here. So I think we're side by side again. We are. Richard to the inside. We're side by side through 13. He uses the side pod if he has to. And William Richard now back to the point. Drew Schneider now has to regroup, reset, and recharge here for one last battle as we see the white flag in the air for these young rising stars in this sport. Down the front straightaway we go. Richard looks over his shoulder to see Schneider going to the outside here. We could see the good old crossover here through 1. Down towards 2 we go. Richard doesn't defend. Schneider doesn't go for the move.
He tried to set it up. You were right. He tried to set the crossover up, but Richard, I think, read it really well, and he's in a really good spot right now. He can defend going down in the turn 4 right here. I will say, when it gets back up into that little S's section between turns 8 and 10, I think that's where Schneider has a bit of an advantage, and we did see one of them make a mistake earlier coming out of turn 11, so we'll see. I don't think it's over yet. I think we got one more move left in this race.
Here we go. Richard now. A couple more corners to navigate here. Probably the hardest one on the racetrack is right here, and he makes a mistake. Just as I mentioned, commentator's curse. He throws it off the racetrack, and Drew Schneider takes advantage. He's got a few more corners to go here for Drew to take a pre-final victory through 13 and 14. Richard thought about a move a little bit wide. Drew Schneider out of the dog leg. He's going to see the checker flag wave in the air, and Richard is not close enough. You can hear the cheers in the background. Drew Schneider wins the pre-final. William Richard, P2.
What a race. That was probably the best race we've had all day long. That was amazing.
Oh, man. What a run for Drew Schneider and for William Richard. I mean, putting on an absolute show. That's going to be tough to match if you're the other classes and you want to try to, if you want to stack up against that one. So for Drew Schneider, what a win. Richard P2, Colton Hoops. Good run for Colton there, finishing in 3rd place, consistent on his lap times, and that's all you can ask for that driver there.
1:13.7 beat his qualifying time, I think. So,
yeah, so that's all you can ask for Colton. Really good run for Colton there, just continuing to improve on his lap times. Drew Schneider wins the pre-final, William Richard P2, and that's going to be the battle that we see later on today, and I'm looking forward to this one. You're telling me we're going to have that for 3 more laps added on to the final? That's awesome. Nonetheless, that's our final bit of 206 racing action for the pre-finals. When we come back from this quick commercial break, it's time for our first bit of KA100 action.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Parallel Island USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality.
We're back here at MCC for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. It's time for KA 100 Masters, led by Andy Kutcher and Chris Kutcher there on the front row. Good start for Andy, decent start for Chris. He might get overtaken there by Zach Corder on the inside. He's going to hold the outside really well. And Chris Kutcher is going to maintain that P2 spot. One driver further back. I think that might have been Stifler there going off the racetrack there, hand in the air, frustrated. We'll have to see if we can get a name to that number for the driver that is off the racetrack. But it's the dream start for Andy Kutcher, your points leader heading into this weekend. And he was the fastest driver all day yesterday and into today for the warm-up and the qualifying sessions. So far, Chris Kutcher's been pretty quick as well. Zach Corder, this has been the top 3 drivers that we've seen all day long. I expect them to go after it here in this pre-final session.
Yeah, a little bit more wiggles out of these karts, a little bit more horsepower we're seeing now, Alex. And look at this. The battle for second place right now is really heating up a little bit farther back in the pack. It's just kind of filing out right now. I think everybody's really trying to find their spot. I think your battle, you can see all the drivers looking back, is really between your top 3 right now, the Kutcher brothers and then Corder. Jennings that last time by a little bit slower than the drivers in front of them. So I think everybody, again, just filing in right now. This isn't for all the marbles. There's still points, like you said, but right now you just want a good spot. And I really think we're going to watch this battle here between Chris Kutcher and Zach Corder for the rest of this race.
Yeah, so right now, Andy Kutcher, that gap is starting to maintain at about 6.5 tenths. Maybe it's growing slightly here, but I will say, just like in the 206 classes, like in the cadet class, like in the mini and micro classes, drafting is still a big factor. 2 karts working together are still going to be faster than 1. It's the same concept for most classes in karting. So if Chris Kutcher and Zach Corder can work together here, and with Damian Jennings in 4th coming back into the mix of it all here as he drops the tire at the exit of 14, they could work together and maybe, make some headway on the lead that Andy Kutcher has right now in the field. It was 6.5 tenths. It's up to a second right now. There's still plenty of racing action left, though. 6 minutes plus an extra lap here for these pre-finals. Later on, when we see the feature racing action, it's 10 minutes plus 2 laps. So really, for most classes, you can add about 3 to 4 laps to the board on that one. But nonetheless, Andy Kutcher right now doing a phenomenal job here out front. And I will say, Damian Jennings right now is one of the fastest go-karts on the racetrack. Kutcher at 59.9, the only driver in the 59-second bracket, but Damian Jennings with a 1 minute flat, a 60.0. So basically, what Kutcher did, about a tenth slower than him. So Damian Jennings, by far, is the second fastest driver on the racetrack right now. He sits 4th at the moment. He has a bit of work to do if he wants to get around Corter and Chris Kutcher, but he has a lot of racing action to make it happen.
Well, not only that, but you were mentioning earlier. I mean, how much is Chris Kutcher and Zach Corder really going to work together, right? Because I mean, your brother's leading the race right now. So, are you going to work with the guy behind you, or are you going to make sure that you and your brother finish 1-2? And that's kind of what I'm watching for the rest of this race. And you mentioned it. I think that works directly into Damian Jennings' hands. Last time by, Kutcher the Kutcher brothers were the only ones running a 59-second lap time. So a little bit of a drop off there. But I do think you have a very good point. I think Jennings, it really. If they're gonna challenge the Kutcher brothers, I think Cordier and Jennings really need to link up here and start working together. You mentioned it; the draft is gonna be prevalent, especially with this longer race. So we'll see what happens here. Still 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go here in final number 1 for the KA 100 Masterclass. And again, Kutcher still, Andy Kutcher. I almost said Ashton Kutcher. I'll admit that. I almost said Ashton Kutcher. But Andy Kutcher still setting sail here. I'm really interested to see if Jennings and Cordier can link up here and try to make a push to the front, Alex.
Yeah, well, let's see. Last time around it was 1.1. It's still 1.1 seconds now. So that gap is not growing all too much for Andy Kutcher. And it's looking decent now, maybe, for this race to flip on its head a little bit. And for Chris Kutcher and Zach Corder to, get their heads down and work together. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go, this race is still on here for Chris to get after his brother and see if he can make something happen here in this pre-final race. Right now, I think the one thing that's going in Andy Kutcher's favor is that Chris Kutcher is quicker than Zach Corder right now, and so those two drivers are not working together as well as they were earlier on in the session. but I think that's partly due to the fact that Chris Kutcher is just that quick. He's pulling away from Zach Quarter, and I gotta say, 1.1 seconds last time around, I think it's closing. They're gonna go through the dog leg here, and let's see what timing and scoring says the gap is this time around here. As Andy Kutcher crosses the stripe, looks over his shoulder, and he probably sees that his brother's getting closer. 1.1, it's less than a second now. Chris Kutcher was 0.2 faster than his brother last time by. There's still 3 minutes plus a lap to go here. This might be anybody's race right now.
Anybody's race. I do want to point out to Anthony Stifler in the 269 car, sitting in 8th place right now, had a penalty last lap for whatever reason, still on the racetrack, so I don't know what really transpired there, but that seems to have worked itself out. It's not showing on our timing screen anymore. You see this battle between 1st and 3rd place right now. It is starting to string out just the slightest bit. You saw the last time by the Chris Kutcher, though, fastest last time, and I think the black flag is being shown again to Anthony Stifler. Kutcher again, as he comes to the stripe, still has about a 0.9 of a second advantage on his brother here.
So Chris Kutcher, that gap is closing. It's now 0.9. It was about 0.98. Now it's almost 0.8. So that gap is still closing slightly here. Maybe not as quickly as Chris Kutcher would have liked. But nonetheless, 1.5 minutes plus a lap. They're going to have maybe 3 laps of racing action left here at MCC for the KA100 Masters pre-final race. Andy Kutcher doing just enough at the moment, but I will say one mistake, and we've seen a lot of mistakes throughout the day so far from drivers just because of how challenging this racetrack is and just the physicality of it all. So it's not, out of the question for maybe Kutcher to drop a tire here. I'm not saying that he should or will, but it's possible here. So through 14 and 15 we go. Further back, Damian Jennings getting dropped off the tail end of that top 3 pack. Then you have Leahy, Albright, Stifler, Hamilton, and Doty, the 9 drivers that complete this KA Masters pre-final. Look at this. Chris Kutcher just took out 0.2 from the lead of Andy Kutcher. It's now down to 0.7 of a second, and I don't think they crossed the stripe fast enough to get an extra lap.
No,
we'll have
I don't
to see.
think so.
It'll be super tight. It'll be super tight at the line, but I think this next lap will be the white flag. So really 1.5 laps is what Chris Kutcher's banking on here to try to close that gap.
And it puts you in a tough spot if you're Andy, too. You can't just, lift and try to get that white flag right now because then Chris is going to catch up to you. So you still got to push as much as you can. But you kind of mentioned Chris Kutcher still closing that gap, fastest lap, last time around. He's going to try to see here going into 13 if he can get any kind of gap. Again, Andy running a great race right now, not really making any kind of mistakes. We'll come into maybe the white. I think we're going to get the white this time by. We'll see when we switch to the front camera here. White flag right now for Andy Kutcher.
That gap is down to 0.6 of a second. Another 10th eaten out of the lead for Chris Kutcher against his brother Andy. But at that rate, I don't think it's going to be fast enough. If this was a main event, though, later on this afternoon, where it's 3 added laps to it at least, maybe
you got time.
It's a different story. But like we mentioned earlier, the biggest thing is, and what we've seen for majority of the races besides the 206 cadet race, the leader gets out early, and it's really hard to catch up even when the pack starts to quiet down. So that's why it's important to play your cards correctly and be smart at the start of the race to not let the leaders pull away early and make your life more difficult when the race goes onward. So a couple corners to go for Andy Kutcher. Chris Kutcher's as close as he's been all race long, but it's not going to be enough. Around the final corner and through the dog leg we go for Andy Kutcher to see the checkered flag first and take pre-final victory in KA Masters. Chris Kutcher P2, Zach Quarter rounds out your top 3. Behind him, Damian Jennings going to cross the stripe to finish in that 4th place spot. And then in 5th is going to be Greg Leahy in that 5th place spot. Anthony Stifler, P6. Corey Albright, 7th. 8th is going to be Neil Hamilton, and the likes of Mike Doty there, I believe, is going to cross the stripe now to finish in that 9th place spot. What a run for Andy Kutcher, just beating out his brother there to the stripe. It's going to be a really awesome main event later on today. But when we come back after this quick commercial break, it's time for some more K100 action. This time, it's our junior drivers. Don't go anywhere.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
welcome back to KA100 Junior pre-final racing here for the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati in Batavia, Ohio. 7 go-karts ready to do battle here for their pre-final. Homer Heeman on pole position after a pretty chaotic qualifying session that saw Heeman take the top spot away from Adler Klein at the final time of asking in that qualifying session. Indy Anderson and then Isaac Gardner, 3rd and 4th. Josiah Phillips in 5th. You saw Marcus Batshone in 6th. Beckham Lewis didn't put a lap in for qualifying. He starts on the last and final row of the grid. He's going to have a lot of work ahead of him here. To the tram lines, these drivers go. It's Heeman and Klein on the front row. Klein, we saw have a great run in the 206 Junior race. Looking for more of the same here in KA Junior. A little bit quick at the stripe, but it's going to be no green. Yeah, a little bit too early there on the throttle pedal for these drivers. It's going to be another time around for Homer Heeman and Adler Klein.
Just a little bit too much excitement there, and yeah, you could. I don't know if you're listening along at home. You kind of hear before the green flag was even waved a little bit of acceleration from the field there. So just re-rack them, get everybody settled down just a little bit. I understand, especially for these drivers, you've been sitting a long time since qualifying. You want to get going. You want to set your position for the final of the evening here, but you know. We just got to keep the. I will say too, coming through 13 as well. It was the field was having a hard time bunching up there, so probably a good decision by the stewards of the race here to push it one more lap, get everybody grouped up. You can see a lot more cohesion in our group this time around.
Yeah, definitely already doing a much better job of slowing the pace down here for these K100 Junior drivers, and they'll have to keep it that way all the way around the racetrack until they are in the tram lines and at the acceleration cone where they are actually allowed to accelerate just to slow the speeds down slightly before heading into turn number 1. So, again, second time of asking here for these KA100 Juniors. I think they'll take the cut through here and get ready to take the green flag. No, they won't. So they're going to do the full lap around here through the extension of the racetrack. There's a good look at some of the, I guess, past donuts that we've seen at this racetrack as well, still leaving its mark on the racetrack. So always cool to see, and hopefully we'll get to see some donuts today with our ship to drivers later on today for their feature race. And you can see some of the rubber buildup on turn number 1 getting laid down. We saw it throughout the national calendar for the Stars Championship race, for USPKS, for the SCUSA race as well, where they're just laying down so much rubber, and it's really maintained the grip levels on this racetrack, and the lap times are as fast as we have ever seen around this national course here. So nonetheless, around the dog leg we go for the second time of asking for KA100 Junior. Into the tram lines we go. Homer Heeman, Adler Klein on the front row. 2 drivers looking to get a win here later on this afternoon, along with 5 other drivers. Green flag in the air in the second time of asking. Heeman through. Indy Anderson's going to go through to second there. What a start for Indy as Adler Klein is going to drop a spot. He's going to fall back to 3rd. Now Indy Anderson all over the bumper of their teammate Homer Heeman now. So Indy Anderson to the outside he goes on his teammate Homer Heeman through turns 4 and 5 and down towards turn number 6 we go. What a start for Indy Anderson.
It almost makes you wonder too if Indy Anderson saw something in that initial restart, because yeah, you mentioned it, Alex. He had such a huge jump off of that first initial turn there. It was able to fire himself in the second place and still on the back bumper of Adler Klein, really not getting him anywhere to go. But at the same time, Homer Heeman, he's really caught up here to this pack after maybe a less than stellar start. A little bit wide there going into 13, but definitely gets it back there as they come back to the start-finish line.
Slightly wide in the exit there for Homer Heeman. It's going to be pretty close to the stripe here to start lap number 1 in the books. Here we go. They're bumper to bumper here at the top 3. What a fight we have on our hands early doors of this one. Heeman, Anderson, Klein, your top 3 as it stands at the moment. And then you have the likes of Josiah Phillips in 4th, close enough in tow to where if these top 3 start to battle, we could see an even larger, battle for the top 5 here. Right now it's a 3-car breakaway out front. 6.5 minutes left plus a lap in this pre-final. A lot of racing action to go. 2 teammates out front, and then it's Adler Klein, who already has a pre-final win to his name in the 206 side of things. He wants to go 2 for 2 in pre-final action if he can get a win here in KA Junior.
Negative 1 through 3 still just tightened up here. A little bit of a wiggle from Klein going into turn number 12 there, but we mentioned earlier he really does like driving that wide line, and he drops a bit of a tire there, and you definitely don't want to do that. But every time he goes into turn 12, you mentioned it earlier, Alex, it's kind of, I wouldn't say scary, right? But like it's very unusual. You don't see anybody else really taking that wide line in the turn number 12 and really braking the way he is, but still losing some pace here to the teammates of Homer Herman and Indy Anderson. And they really, so far, they've been to the class of the field in this heat race trying to check out a little bit. You can see they're trying to get grouped up, but every once in a while, one of them is a little bit faster to the corner, and it gives that opportunity for Alder Klein to sneak his way back in there.
Well, through the chicane we go, and Indy Anderson starting to set up his teammate, Homer Heeman. Down the backstretch we go. Decent run for Anderson. Heeman's got a good enough run to maintain that lead. We're closing in on 5 minutes left plus a lap, so still about 6, maybe 7 laps if they're lucky left in this KA Junior pre-final. But it's time to start battling here. I mean, at this point in the race, it's a little bit too early, especially with how quick these top 3 are. I mean, you look back to Josiah Phillips, Isaac Gardner in 4th and 5th. They're starting to pull away. Last time 1.8 down to Phillips. Phillips now lost a spot to Gardner, 3.4 back. So these top 3 are putting decent time on the rest of the field. So they don't need to battle too much. Because at the end of the day, there are points in the line for the pre-final, but not as much as the final, and you don't want to risk having a bad starting spot for that final. So that's where you start to see this field spread begin for this pre-final. These drivers know that they just need to make it to the final, and then they can really start to scrap it out and fight. So right now, Homer Heeman is starting to really stretch his legs here and show the pace that he's got on board that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic over his teammate Indy Anderson there, who's maybe 2.5, 3 kart lengths back. Adler Klein, as it stands at the moment, he was close enough to this top 3 to make something happen, but now I think that go-kart's either fading away, maybe he's fading a little bit, or just saving the equipment underneath them for that feature race later today. Less than 4 minutes plus a lap to go here for these KA 100 juniors, and Heeman extends the advantage by a 10th over Indy Anderson. He's 1.2 now ahead of Adler Klein.
No, and it's really interesting because we saw earlier in the evening, or earlier in the morning, I guess I should say, that Adler Klein was really the kart to beat. But now that we've gotten into this race, and still he led it from the front, really now these two teammates have again, the gap just continues to widen. And last time by, Adler Klein wasn't even able to get in the 59 club for his lap time, a 1 minute flat 0.3, whereas Heeman and Anderson ran a 59.7 and a 59.6 respectively. So you see these two teammates here, they're really working together to check out from the rest of the field. And you got to wonder any adjustments that Alder Klein can make going back into it, because he has the speed, it's there. It's just not there right this second. And I almost wonder if the track getting a little bit warmer is starting to take a tiny bit of grip away from these drivers that have their karts set up for the morning.
Well, last time around, Indy Anderson's go-kart's getting even faster. 59.625, personal best lap time, a 10th quicker than Homer Heeman last time around. So that lead is not growing for Heeman there, and 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. That's going to mean about 4 laps left for these KA 100 junior drivers, and it's all about this top 2 scrap at the moment between two teammates under the same team, Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic's Homer Heeman and Indy Anderson. We're halfway through this lap here, and down the back away we go for Indy Anderson. Not a good enough run right now at the moment to make a move on that back stretch, but as we go through 12, 13, and 14, this is where Indy Anderson's really been fast through this section of the racetrack right here. 13, 14, and out of the final corner through the dogleg we go. He's able to get a decent enough run to have a chance through turn number 1 here. So nonetheless, a minute and 50 and some change left plus a lap to go. Still plenty of racing action left for these drivers. Last time around, Heeman and Anderson separated by 16 thousandths lap time wise. So nobody really giving an inch here, even though it's just a pre-final. This is going to give us a pretty good preview of what we can expect in the final later today. Analyzing these two go-karts right now, Homer Heeman looks to be faster in the slower section of the racetrack. Indy Anderson, I think, is quicker right now in the faster stuff.
I would have to agree with you there, Alex. Really, like you said, I wouldn't say the only place, but the main place he's making up time is in 13 and 14, which you see they're going into right now. You can kind of see it here. Anderson will make a little bit of time coming through this tight section, but again, really Heyman is finding a way to really just widen the gap when it comes to the fast parts of the track. So I think you're right. What's really surprising me is how much they've pulled away from Alder Klein. Again, it's getting hotter. The conditions have changed a little bit, but it's still so surprising to see now a 3-second gap when he was so dominant in qualifying.
Well, last time around, Homer Heyman extends his advantage and sets the fastest lap of the race in doing so, a 59.597. 4/10 now over himself and Indy Anderson. It'll be close when they cross the stripe, but I think it'll be the white flag next time around. You see Anderson drop a slight tire there. Won't cost him too much lap time. If anything, I think he's gaining again. Down the back straightaway we go, in the toe of Heyman. They're definitely going to see the white flag in the air next time by. Through 13 and 14 we go for our KA100 junior drivers here. The clock is ticking down to 6, 5, 4, 3. It's going to be close, but I think it's just going to be white flag in the air, and it is. Yeah, missed it by 3 seconds there. White flag in the air for Homer Heyman. Last time by, again, a 10th faster than Indy Anderson. Really starting to extend his lead now when it matters most in this pre-final race. 2 teammates going after it. 2 teammates want to start on the front row for the final.
Yeah, and really at this point, you've locked out the front row, right? So you've got about a 4-second gap on Alder Klein. There's really no need to push it here because, I mean, worst case scenario, you take both of your karts out and then you're starting to the back of the field. So really just a great job by Trinity here to lock out the top row and then just kind of move from there. And like you said, this is going to be kind of a preview of what we're going to see in the final itself. So if they can get out to this much of a gap in the course of 8 laps, the Alder Klein and the 833 team, they're going to have to make a couple of adjustments, I would say, or things are going to have to go better for Alder Klein off the start, because really right now these 2 cars are showing themselves to be the class in the field.
Well, as it crosses the stripe here, Homer Heyman sees the checkered flag and wins the pre-final in KA100 junior. Indy Anderson takes the 2nd place spot. Adler Klein 3rd. Isaac Gardner over Josiah Phillips rounding out your top 5. Then it was Beckham Lewis in 6th place, and the markets that shown there rounding out your 7th and final position here for our KA100 juniors. And as Marcus crosses the line now to close out this pre-final race for KA100 junior. When we come back, we're getting to the closing stages of our pre-final action. Only 3 more to go, and it's Mini and Micro next.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate. And 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
At the same time, led by our Mini Swift drivers, who will see the green flag first. Ben Gleberman, Robert Lash on the front row here for our Mini Swift class. Behind them, William Richard. We saw him have a great battle in Cadet. He's also in this Mini Swift class, as well as Alex Kutcher. That was the green flag for Mini Swift. Now it's time for Micro Swift, which is led by the likes of Williamson, Frank, and Schneider. Here we go. Good start there for the likes of Drake Williamson. And that is Jackson Frank in that second spot. Drew Schneider, he was another driver that had a really good run in that 206 cadet race. Also running double duty this weekend. Both classes here on the cards for Schneider and for Richard on board the mini and micro package, as well as the 206 cadet machine that we'll see later on today. They put on such a good show for us in that pre-final. I expect more of the same here in this mini and micro race. But look at this, out front to open up lap number one. It's Robert Lash and Ben Gleberman going after it. P1 and P2, but right behind them, Alex Kutcher is keeping these drivers honest early.
Yeah, it's really a battle right now between first and third for our mini class, and nobody's given it an inch right now, even with Kutcher falling a little bit behind. We remember that earlier in the race that he raced earlier, he was really making a lot of speed through turn one, and you can kind of see here, he's closing the gap a little bit, so I don't think he's quite done yet. I think he's still definitely someone to consider for this race, but we'll see how it stacks out here. Going back to the micro split, Drake Williamson still in the lead there. Drew Schneider, though, not really given an inch to him either. He's still in this contention as well.
Boy, here we go. This is the battle we can expect all day long. Robert Lash leads, Gleberman, then Alex Kutcher. These three drivers are starting to pull away here from Richard earlier on in this one. And right now, this is one of those don't make a mistake moments, because one mistake can cost you 2 spots here if you're Robert Lash, who's leading on board that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic right now at the moment. Richard there sits in that 4th place spot at the moment, doing a great job there on that Mini Swift machine. Further back, this is the Micro Swift race. So this is Drake Williamson leading this second group on board that Magic Kart USA machine, doing a fantastic job ahead of Drew Schneider there, ahead of Jackson Frank as well. So these two drivers starting to spread out pretty early, but nonetheless, it's close enough in that micro battle to where one mistake can cost you some spots. Speaking of making mistakes and costing you spots, look how close it is in Mini Swift. Nobody's pulling away right now. If anything, maybe Robert Lash is pulling away slightly from Alex Kutcher, but Kutcher makes it all back in turn number 6. So now, as we get through the left-right chicane here onto the back straightaway we go, when will we see a move from Ben Gleberman? Right now, I think he's content to sit in P2 and learn from Robert Lash, maybe study where he's faster, and also just conserve his equipment underneath him to maybe, make a charge later on in the race. And right now, Alex Kutcher is not putting on, putting him under fire at the moment, so there's no real pressure for Gleberman to make a move at the moment here. So 4 minutes, 50 seconds plus a lap to go here in this Mini Swift and Micro Swift race. A lot of racing action to go for these young superstars.
Yeah, I do think, to an extent, I think Kutcher is being held up here just a tiny bit. He ran the best lap. Last time by, he actually ran the fastest lap as well, too. So I know he has the advantage of the draft with these 2 karts in front of him. As we see a little bit of contact here, he's going to get everything a little bit swirly. I don't think any positions were changed. Actually, I do. There's a battle for the lead right now.
Ben Gloverman got to the lead there in turn 4. So while we were looking at the lap times there, Ben Gloverman said, you know what? I feel the fire that you were talking about.
I don't care about lap times.
Yeah, well, the thing with Ben Gloverman is, like you mentioned, with Kutcher being really quick, he felt the fire from Alex Kutcher and had to make the move. But now we see a move for Robert Lash and Kutcher. So Ben Gloverman got to the lead early in this one. He's back to 3rd now in the matter of 1 lap. The gloves are off early in Mini Swift here, and then there's a good look at Will Richard there in that 4th place spot. But this is the battle that we are all tuned into right now, and it's headed by Robert Lash and now Alex Kutcher. You mentioned it. He's one of the fastest go-karts on the racetrack right now. You thought he was getting held up in 3rd. Well, he's gotten around Gloverman up to P2, and maybe, just maybe, we can see a move here for the lead. He was close enough if he wanted it. He didn't take it, though. He looks over his shoulder. He sees that Gloverman's close right now, and maybe he has some help now from Ben Gloverman if he wants it. So through turn 6 we go, around the left-right chicane here, and there's still plenty of racing action left. Over 3 minutes to go, plus a lap here for these Mini Swift drivers. It's really going to be who makes the first mistake, who drops the first tire here, and I think a slight mistake from Robert Lash. We could see a move here. We do. Alex Kutcher going to throw it up the inside. Oh, man, they're really throwing some haymakers out here, but Alex Kutcher making it stick over Robert Lash. That's going to cost Lash 2 spots just because of how aggressive that move was from Alex Kutcher. That was awesome from him, and now it's going to give Gloverman a really good run out of the dogleg through turn number 1 if he wants it. Not going to happen, but now with a bit of a push here, Robert Lash on the back foot for the first time all race.
You ever been to like a baseball game and they have those things where they've got like the cups and you got to like follow the ball that's like inside the cup? This is that basically, but with the racing right now, because I think we've seen like 4 passes for the lead at this point. Again, Alex Kutcher in front right now. And just to set the scene for you, Gloverman, then Lash. That's your battle for the lead right now in the mini class. And then Williamson, Frank, Schneider in the micro class. But I don't know how many lead changes are we going to see before the end of this race here? And this is the pre-final. This isn't even the final yet. This is the pre-final. And we're seeing this kind of racing right now, which I guess at this point, this is going to be your battle for the win in your final to an extent. But you've seen so many lead changes. I mean, what do you do as a driver here, Alex? You've swapped positions so many times. You know you're going to be 1st through 3rd. It's probably going to happen in the final as well. What do you do for the rest of this race as you see another pass for the lead here?
Well, it's all about positioning, right? So around this racetrack, for all these drivers who have experience throughout MCC, I mean, in mini and micro especially, you kind of want to be P2. P3 is a little bit too far back to make something happen. But the leader, it's tough to hold on to the lead for the entire lap. And we're getting proven that here in the early stages of this race. To me, it's positioning. You have a bird's eye view as a driver of the timer, so you can see at all times. You can kind of predict how many laps are left in the race. And so, to me as a driver, especially in the final when you'll get the 2 to go signal, it's almost a warning of, okay, by the time the white flag waves, I need to put myself in that 2nd place spot. And so you'll actually see drivers, I've seen it before at this racetrack, where leaders will purposely, if they feel like they have to, will almost let the guy in 2nd go by just so they can be the one on the offensive on the final lap. Me personally, I like being the driver that controls the pace, so I would probably opt to just do what Gloverman's doing right now and try to pull away as the leader. But to me, positioning and the way this race is shaping out, P2 looks like a really, appetizing spot to be at, right? In terms of, there's not too much pressure for 3rd. The worst you're going to finish is 3rd at the moment because these 3 have a 16-second lead over Will Richard. So at the moment, the worst you'll start is 3rd for the final. You can afford to make a few risks in this race, and it won't cost you all too much. The other thing you have to think about is, around this racetrack, the inside line notoriously is better, and we've seen it all day long because the first two corners are 2 lefts. So finishing 2nd in this race is actually not that great, because you fall back to 3rd. So now that we've gone over the strategy, it's all going to go out the window, because that's always what happens as a driver when you try to plan the race. It never goes according to plan. So through the dog leg we go. White flag in the air. One more lap for all of our mini Swift drivers. Gleberman, Kutcher, Lash. Who's it going to be? Right now, I think Robert Lash has a pretty decent shot to give Kutcher a chance here, because he's going to give him a big push through turn 1 and 2. And with the help of Robert Lash, now this is anybody's race. Through turns 3 and 4 we go. And here's a look at the Micro Swift drivers as well. We have Williamson and Frank going at it here.
And this is a battle that we've not paid much attention to as we go back to the mini Swift class here. And just look at this. I mean, nobody's given an inch right now. Like you said, Gleberman, Kutcher, Lash, just to set the scene for you. They're going to be going through the chicane. And this is really where we've seen a lot of passes happen. We'll see if anybody drops a tire right now. But you do see a little bit of a run from Kutcher coming. We'll see what happens going. And Kutcher's going to make moves to the inside. He's going to get the lead. But he's not. Look at this. 3 wide. Oh, my goodness. I think Lash, actually, is going to be the one. Yeah, the 140. No, Gleberman again? It's going to be Gleberman, Lash, and then Kutcher, I believe, when they come to the line.
Side by side, Kutcher is going to give it a push to Robert Lash here at the stripe. Lash takes it. Wow, and a photo finish. Robert Lash, with the help of Alex Kutcher, is going to steal one at the line over Ben Gleberman. Alex Kutcher, for the smallest of moments, had the lead through 13, sliced wide, and like you mentioned, we were 3 wide through 13, and I think Robert Lash there set it up perfectly. He almost backed off, said, you know what, Gleberman, if you want P1, I'll let you have it. I want the drag race to the line. And obviously, you can't really predict getting help from Kutcher, but Alex Kutcher just gave Robert Lash the victory, and now setting up for the final, this is going to be awesome to watch. So for Mini Swift, Lash, Gleberman, Kutcher, Richard. And then in our Micro Swift class, we saw Jackson Frank get around Williamson at the stripe there. Jackson Frank won the Micro Swift pre-final over Drake Williamson and Drew Schneider. I mean, what a race all throughout here at MCC for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. We have 2 pre-finals left. It's Pro Shifter and KA100 Pro-Am, and hopefully those races are as good as the one that we just watched. But having said that, let's hear a quick word from our sponsors and then get back to the racing action.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio, here for the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. 2 pre-finals remain before we get set for feature racing action later this afternoon. First, it's time for our pro shifter drivers to hit the racetrack and get ready to do battle here at the beautiful MCC racetrack here. It was Larry Pegram ahead of Safet Haddock III on the front row. And for those of you who are just tuning in, maybe have never seen a shifter race start before, it is one of the coolest spectacles in all of racing. A standing start for all of these talented shifter drivers. Now, it's very important when you get to your grid slots to not stall the go-kart here. That's why you'll see these drivers as best as they can, tapping the throttle, just keeping the revs up. You you gotta keep the clutch engaged as best as you can here. They keep rolling the tires as well to keep it all in gear. And now, everyone ready. You don't want to stall the go-kart here, boys and girls. So, let's see. Engines revved as high as they possibly can. Green lights are out. And what a start there for Larry Pegram. He got the whole shot. Safet Haddock III lost a spot there to, I believe, what looks to be Mitchell Lowry up to P2 now. Jeff Lyda up into the 4th spot as well. So Larry Pegram doing a great job there to already make his lead a couple of kart lengths at least, more than that, 6 or 7 kart lengths. He's already down in turn number 6 there. So what a start for Pegram. Haddock III there down in 3rd, I believe, and with Mitchell Lowry up the spot as well.
Yeah, what a start by Pegram there. Really just didn't waste any time getting to the front of the pack, and it's his race to lose at this point now. Haddock III, Lowry in a little bit of a battle here for 2nd and 3rd place, and that's still important. I do believe you still want to start on the front row, even if you're on the outside. We did see kind of a little bit of a jumble up on the start, and now we see Riley Pegram, after her, I don't want to say disastrous qualifying effort, because there is still good recovery, but I don't think it's as great as she would have really wanted, Alex. But look at now making some hay here on 2nd and 3rd place, and I really think she's got a shot to make up these 2 positions.
Yeah, Riley Pegram, I mean, we saw 1 lap is all she put in qualifying, and I will say the one positive is that
it was a good lap.
Fresher rubber as well. You missed out on the first 4 laps of qualifying. You only get that 5th lap is what she did. So technically she's got 3-4 laps newer tires than the rest of her competition. And in shifter racing, that actually means a whole lot, because usually those first 5 or 6 laps are the money laps for these tires. So with how much load you put on them as in the shifter chassis. So for Riley Pegram, she has a bit of an advantage, maybe tire-wise, but also just overall sheer grit and determination, I'd say, just because you want to come off of a rough qualifying session. Even though she put down a pretty solid lap time, probably frustrated that she didn't get more chances at it to go out there and take one to Larry. So for Pegram, for Riley, should I say, looking to, get around Howdick the third and Mitchell Lowry as fast as possible. But for Larry Pegram, 3 seconds now, the advantage out front.
Not even 3 seconds, but also nearly a second lead that last time by on the rest of the pack. Everybody else trying to, you see the bunch up here between second and third. It's kind of strung out a little bit, but really on that first and second lap, these drivers were battling each other. So that's really just going to play into Larry Pegram's hands. And again, it's we mentioned earlier, it's really his race to lose here. We're really just going to see how it settles out between, I believe, second through fourth, at least for this pre-final going into the final. Again, anything can change. But that being said, I think at this point, if you're second through third, you understand, second through fourth, you understand where you're at, and you don't want to make a mistake, I think, at this point. I do still think there's definitely a battle here between Haddock the third and then Pegram here, Riley Pegram, that is, just got to delineate between the two. So we'll watch that unfold, but I really think if you're Larry here especially, this is just some good practice time.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a 3.4 second lead and continuing to grow, last time it was 4/10 faster than what anybody else did on the racetrack, your confidence continues to grow, and with 4.5 minutes plus an extra lap to go in this pre-final, you can look back at this point if you're Larry and say, you know what, I'm going to back it down a little bit on the last couple of laps and not waste my rubber as much as these guys are going to do, because they're battling for second, third, and fourth all race long. As Haddock the third and Lowry go defensive there on Riley Pegram. She's got a pretty good run now through the dog leg. Look for this move maybe by Riley Pegram. Not enough on the top end there to sneak out and make a move at turn number one, but maybe a late lunge in the two if she wants it. Not close enough. This battle will continue to rage on, and as cool as it is for us to watch, I'm sure the drivers are frustrated because you don't want to waste all your rubber in this pre-final, because you gotta keep it for the final later on today as well. So for Larry Pegram, it's looking really good now. It was 3.4, it's up to 4.2 seconds of lead at the moment. So we're going to continue to focus on this battle on our screens right now between Haddock the third and Mitchell Lowry. Riley Pegram right now trying to make amends for a rough qualifying session. Look at the run now. Soffit, Haddock the third has a decent one down towards turn number 12. Couldn't make anything happen there, but through 13, a late lunge defended by Mitchell Lowry.
And maybe for our newer viewers here, and I will say for myself as well, are these drivers allowed one tire change per weekend, or is it you get a separate set from qualifying to the races here, or how does that work?
I believe it is for all of them. It's going to be the one tire set, because it is only the practice, qualifying, and main event, pre-final main event. So you really don't want to use up all your rubber that you have here at the pre-final, because you got to make it last for the final. Having said that, there's not enough laps in the qualifying and the pre-final to use up all your stuff. You're going to have still some pretty decent tire left in the final. This is not like it's a super long weekend with 3 heats and then a pre-final. It's really just a pre-final and a final. So at most, they're going to have maybe 30 laps, 25 laps on these tires, which is not a whole lot. That's what we can expect on a national level main event. So it's not too big of a deal, but where you'll burn the rubber the most is when you're behind the driver and trying to make past the stick, and you're going offline, and you're maybe cranking the wheel more than you like. You're defending, you're getting into the marbles of the racetrack. That's not going to do your tire any good over the course of the developing it and into that tire life. You can waste that tire early on in its cycle. So that's where I think Larry Pegram's advantage will continue to grow, is because he's I can almost guarantee you pushing, but not nearly as hard as these three are right now, trying to get around each other and shuffling for position with 2 minutes to go in this race.
Well, you say that Larry Pegram still ran the fastest lap last time by, but in his defense, he's also not dealing with the traffic here that second through third is dealing with, as we still see this battle raging between Lowry, Haddock, and Riley Pegram. And you did mention it earlier, Riley's trying to atone for a qualifying effort. I think she's done a great job getting herself back into 4th place, especially all things considered. And again, you touched on it, the tire wear. 2 drivers spun in their qualifying session. So you mentioned it. You're right. It's less tire wear, I understand now, than maybe a normal weekend. But I think still spinning is something that you don't want to put on your tires. But this battle continues to rage on. Again, with Lowry and Haddock really going at it for 2nd place here. Still a minute left in it. Pingram's kind of checking out in the 672 cart. But again, it's not over yet, this battle between second and fourth.
This is a pretty good battle further back here between, I believe, what looks like Robertson. This is they're lapping one of the Radzewski brothers, I believe, or maybe that's Carroll. I think that's Carroll there as well that they're lapping. So this is still the likes of Mitchell Lowry, Hoddick III, and Riley Pegram there. This battle, I got to say, I think Larry Pegram has backed it down a little bit because last time around, Mitchell Lowry actually took 3/10 out of the lead that Larry Pegram had. So
I would agree
whether
with you.
or not maybe this group is starting to pick up the pace, I do think Pegram looked back and said, you know what, no need these final couple of laps to really put any more wear and tear on my body, go-kart, and tires, and just, you know, bring this thing home. Probably avoiding some curbs at this point. No need to risk a chain falling off either. So nonetheless, it's a bit of a confidence booster for these three drivers who are looking to maybe regroup after this pre-final. And look at this. Pegram finally got the run she was looking for out of the turn 9 and 10 complex, but couldn't make it stick through 12. She's going to have to reset here and think of another way around. Safet Hoddick III as the clock strikes 0. One more lap around for Larry Pegram as they cross the stripe. And again, a 10th quicker for Mitchell Lowry, but I think Larry Pegram, like I mentioned, is just starting to back things down here, and no need to overdo it if you're Pegram.
I also think to an extent he realized where the timer was at left in the clock and said, hey, I can take some time here and shorten this race for myself and put myself in a better position and give these karts behind me less time to battle. I mean, who knows? Maybe he wants Lowry behind him. Maybe he wants Lowry on the outside row. Again, this is still the battle for the outside row of the first lane between Lowry and Hattick here. Pegram's in a spot where I don't think she can really get a run here, but if anything happens in those last couple of corners, she's got the outside row.
Well, out of 14 through the dog leg for Pegram. He crosses the stripe to win the pre-final. For Lowry, it's a second place finish. For Hoddick III, it's third. For Riley Pegram, it's a fourth place run, and what a great run for her after her qualifying performance, not setting a lap besides the final lap where she got the kart backfired and underway again. Further back, Robertson and Lyda are going to cross the stripe to finish 5th and 6th. Carroll and Radzewski are going to go a couple laps down, and that's going to be the final finisher here for our Pro Shifter pre-final. We're going to take a quick break from the action and come back with our final pre-final of the day. It's Pro-Am KA100 when we come back.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
back here at the Motorsports Country Club in Cincinnati. Carter Thompson with the early lead in your KA 100 senior pre-final here. Will Steele, Benjamin Lyda, Ryan Crouch, Ryan Miller, your top 5 right now before crossing the line. Again, the first lap here in our session. We'll see what happens when we get to the line, if any positions have swapped here. And Dukov is going to pick up 2 positions here. Crouch going to pick up 1 spot. Fastest lap's going to go to Carter Thompson here. Still early in our KA 100 senior race here, and we'll see how it settles in the next couple of minutes. A little bit of teammate action here at the front between Thompson and Steele. You remember that from our qualifying session. They worked together really well. We're able to get a gap on the field, and it looks like they're trying to do that here in the initial session. We're going to head back up into turn 11 here, down into turn 12. This has been one of the main passing zones here. We'll see if the teammates try to do anything here, because they do have Ryan Crouch right on their back bumper.
Well, you alluded to it pretty well there with what we saw in the qualifying session with Carter Thompson and Will Steele working very well together in that qualifying session. Ryan Crouch was actually by himself during the majority of his qualifying session. This is very impressive what Crouch is able to do now on the bumper of Will Steele. Nikolai Dukov and his teammate Miller working pretty well together in that 4th and 5th place spot. They're going to try to, continue to, hook bumpers and, push back up to the top 3 spots here. But right now, it's still Carter Thompson and Will Steele out front here. Ryan Crouch hot on their tail, keeping these 2 drivers honest with a mistake from both drivers there, Steele and Crouch. If one driver drops a tire, you kind of just follow them through half the time. It's a common trend that we see, almost like monkey see, monkey do. And that's exactly what happened there. And that mistake is not only going to cost them time to Carter Thompson, it's going to cost them time to the drivers behind them, because now Dukov and Miller are back in the mix. And this has created a huge problem for Will Steele. He has to defend from 3 drivers now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Thompson and Steele were looking for this teammate section. We now see a move to the inside by 2 drivers here. This might even shuffle Steele back to 6th position almost, as you see another driver follow through. And you see that happen a lot. Once you lose that inside position or that preferred racing line, if you're freight trained like that, you have nowhere to go. And look at that. He finds himself in 5th or 6th position now and really has to play catch up to the rest of the field.
Yeah, well, now this is the dream for Carter Thompson. He has almost a 2nd lead, probably will be a 2nd when they cross the stripe next time around, over the likes of Ryan Crouch there, and then Nikolai Dukov in that 3rd spot. Moves Steele back to that 5th place position at the moment. I will say the one issue for Carter Thompson is now if these 4 drivers can get their head together, as Will Steele's going to throw it the inside of Miller, and he's going to make it stick. Still Steele threw on Miller for that 4th place spot, but once they start to work together, I think they should be able to get back up close to Carter Thompson, but Thompson's lap times right now are really fast.
And I think we're seeing a little bit of, I don't think Steele is doing anything outside the boundaries of what's fair, but you could definitely see that I think he's definitely driving frustrated now. He's making some ground here on Dukov, and give a tip of the cap to Dukov here. Really came out and kind of, I wouldn't say threw his weight around, but really decisively put himself in that 3rd spot right now. I do think he's going to have to weather the charge there from Steele, though, as we tick away 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in our heat race here.
Yeah, well, last time around, Thompson was the fastest driver on the racetrack, which is to be expected with how much racing we've seen from 2nd through 5th. So this will be the first true test to the overall pace from Ryan Crouch. We're seeing the pace from Will Steele. A late lunge there on Nikolai Dukov, and he's through. Will Steele got pushed back to 5th at one point in this race. He's back up to 3rd, and he has his sights set now on Ryan Crouch. As Thompson crosses the line, through goes Crouch. A 10th faster was Thompson, but that was Crouch's personal best lap time, as what a lunge. Ryan Miller now to the inside of Nikolai Dukov, and Dukov's back to 5th. And look at this, out of nowhere, Scott Oliver. He's back in the mix as well, and he's brought the likes of Ben Lyda into this mix as well. So we have a 5 to 6 car train for 2nd, and then it's Carter Thompson up front.
Well, I think that's what's happened a little bit too, is besides Carter Thompson, everybody's been battling position from about 2nd to 7th place here, and I think that's just gapped the field up a little bit. You can start to see there's a bit of a gap between Thompson and then Crouch here. He started to feel about I would say when they get back to the line, it's going to be a second gap on Steele here. Now, Steele is back in clean air as well, so he can start to set sail and try to get some of this time back on Crouch and get back to his teammate. 2 minutes to go here. Thompson still holding a comfortable lead.
Well, Crouch and Thompson are now setting identical lap times time by. There's a move. Ryan Miller and Dukov going after it here. And Scott Oliver is going to push him to the wayside. Using a little bit of the front nose cone if he has to get through. Oliver through. Ben Lyda through. Ryan Miller is the biggest loser out of that battle. He gets dropped all the way down to 7th. The biggest winner of that whole thing was probably Nikolai Dukov because he got away with one there to not lose a spot.
Yeah, and we saw that happen. Miller kind of came in, made an aggressive move to make those spots, and I don't want to say it was a little bit of payback, but I do think there is a little bit of, okay, if you're going to race me that way, I'm going to race you that way, and you saw Miller get shoved to the outside here. I think he's going to lose a couple positions, maybe fought himself back into the 6th, maybe even 7th position here, but again, very, very tight, about 4th through 7th place.
Well, here we go, 1 minute and 4 seconds left, so 3 laps to go. For Carter Thompson, he extends his lead over Ryan Crouch, and he's got a 1.3 second lead over Will Steele, who also has a 1.4 second lead over Nikolai Dukov. So this is the battle we're going to be watching on our screen. Dukov, Scott Oliver, Ben Lyda, Ryan Miller. These 4 drivers going after it for that 4th place position here, that last position on the 2nd row of the grid when we start that main event later on this afternoon. Further back, there's another 4 drivers who also want a piece of this. And I think if these 4 start the battle, the likes of, what is that? It's going to be Cole in that 8th place position. So Hunter Cole in 8th. You look back to 9th, you get Braden Heber in that 9th place spot. You get Chase Adams in that 10th place position. Blade Fountain, 11th. So those 4 drivers are working together well enough to have a potential shot at this one, or at least be in the mix of it all when it comes down to it. Nonetheless, you see the time on our screen, 3, 2, and now 1. So next time around will be the white flag. 2 to go here. Here's a move. Ryan Miller inside and through on Ben Lyda. He wants a crossover though. Wow, Ben Lyda out of nowhere. What a crossover move through 3. He's back on the inside, and the more you battle, the more you're going to let the likes of Scott Oliver pull away.
Yeah, and you mentioned it too. This is still a battle for the 2nd row, which is very, very important. We've kind of seen how this first heat race has transpired. This is only with 8 laps. We keep mentioning it. What's going to happen when these drivers have 2, maybe even 3 extra laps to do battle here? And we kind of are seeing that a little bit, is that really, unless you have a big of a lead as Carter Thompson, Ryan Crouch, Will Steele at this point, none of these positions are safe. I would say 4th place on back is still a battle, especially with how much time we have left in this race. Carter Thompson will take the white flag this lap, though.
White flag in the air one more time around for Carter Thompson, who continues to stretch his lead on the rest of the field. I will say last time around, Will Steele put in a personal best lap time, so it bodes well for his chances in the feature race if his go-kart is, this good this late in the race. Nonetheless, Nikolai Dukov right now starting to pull away just enough over Scott Oliver to maybe not have to defend in the final couple of corners. For Ryan Miller and for Ben Lyda, they're going to have to defend for sure from each other because it is close for that 5th position there. But here's a good look at Carter Thompson. Nobody in front or behind him for Trinity Karting Group's Kart Republic of Carter Thompson. Through 13 and 14 he goes. There's Ryan Crouch. There's Will Steele. Further back, Ryan Miller is holding off Scott Oliver Ryan Miller got around Scott Oliver and fending off Ben Lyda. Thompson wins over Crouch, over Steele, Dukov, Miller side by side. It's going to be Scott Oliver over Ben Lyda. Then it's Braden Eber, Chase Adams, Blade Fountain, and Gavin Dagenhart rounding out your top 11. And then you have to go back to that 12th place spot to see Hunter Cole, who actually was in that 7th place position until the final lap. So something must have happened there to Hunter with 2 to go. So unfortunate for Hunter, but he still finishes in that 12th place spot. But congratulations to Carter Thompson. He's your pre-final winner. He's going to start on pole position for the final later on today for KA100 Pro-Am, Thompson, Crouch, Steele, Dukov, and Miller. Your top 5. We'll take a quick break from all the action, and in a few moments' time, at around 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time, we can expect to get rolling and underway for our anthem, and then our feature race action. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. Round 4 is underway, and it's time for feature racing action. These are 10 minutes plus 2-lap main events, and we're getting underway and kicking things off with the 206 Masters drivers. Let's quickly recap what we saw in that pre-final race. Matt Lyda took the checkered flag, but it wasn't without a fight from Alan Elwood and the likes of TJ Pugh. Lyda and Pugh going after it in the championship hunt. All three of these drivers are top 3 in your championship, and if you remember correctly, Matt Lyda got out to an early 2.5-second lead, but that gap quickly closed at the latter stage of that pre-final. Now, looking towards the final, I think there's a pretty decent amount of confidence that Alan Elwood and TJ Pugh should have heading into this main event, especially TJ Pugh being the only driver in the 107-second bracket in that pre-final race, purple, during that one. So, nonetheless, front row, Lyda, Elwood, then it's Pugh, and it's likes of Gorman, Dargis, Monsian, Mike Doty, the other Monsian brother, Mahler, Ashbrook, Dillon, and Hildebrand, your top 12 drivers, but it's Lyda and Elwood in the front row. Green flag is out. Decent start for both rows. Round the outside goes Alan Elwood on maybe Matt Lyda through 2. Can he hold it? He's going to try to stick the outside. What a start from Alan Elwood. Around the outside of turn number 2, the first driver I've seen all day long that has made the outside line work. And he did a pretty good job in doing so. So this is already roles reversed here from the pre-final into the final here. It's Elwood's turn to lead over Matt Lyda.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. The only driver we've really seen out so far to make the outside of turn 2, the inside of turn 3 work, which it does set you up for that straightaway going into turn 4, and Elwood definitely used that into his advantage. The rest of the field now kind of filing into their positions. Again, this is the final race. This is, you got to make it work here as we see this tight battle now. Lyda going to make a move to the inside. I think he's going to make it stick there around Elwood. I don't know, if you're Elwood, that was a little bit too easy for Lyda, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're already, there's still 9 minutes of racing action to go, plus 2 laps, plenty. If you're Elwood there, you probably don't, feel too bad about letting that position go early in this one. And judging by the pace that he had in that pre-final, I don't think he'd mind to let Matt Lyda go early on in this one, as long as he doesn't let him pull away too quickly. But with so much racing action left in this one, it's already a much different race than what we saw in that pre-final. Lyda, Elwood, Pugh, your top 3, but Gorman and Dargis right now are keeping these 3 drivers honest. I know it's still early doors in this race, but anything is still possible here. And from that pre-final, Matt Lyda was the quickest driver in the first half of that race, but Elwood and Pugh were the fastest in the second half of that race. So right now, I think Elwood has opted for a bit of a, medium style strategy, which is let's be quick enough in the opening stages that Matt Lyda doesn't pull away, but fast enough towards the end that I can, have something for Lyda. Further back, you see Gorman and Dargis going after it, and I think Dargis might have actually gotten around Gorman there. So those 2 drivers going after it. I think if I were them, I'd probably put my head down and work together as a pair to try to catch up to the trio of Lyda, Elwood, and Pugh. 7.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps left in this one. Still plenty of racing action left. It's still Lyda who leads over Alan Elwood.
You make a really good point, too, that this happened earlier in our heat race where Lyda, he took the early lead, but then it came down to Elwood and Pugh, and we saw towards the end of that race, especially, we even made a mention of it, what's going to happen when they have the 2 extra minutes left. But you also make a good point that Gorman and Dargis, they were battling really hard in the heat race. And at this point here, I think you guys, they do have to team up. You got to team up, and you got to try to get yourself a tow back to this group of 3, 2 to 3. It's kind of breaking up here. You see Pugh now is starting to fall behind the 2 leaders.
Yeah, well, right now it's still early doors in this one, so Pugh dropping back early on in this one, not what you want to see if you're a TJ Pugh fan, but I still think he's close enough to stick with Elwood in the draft here and not lose too much time. You got to be careful, though, because these 2 of Gorman and Dargis are, starting to work together here. They're getting smart about things, and they realize that, listen, the pace is still there for these 2 drivers, and if they begin to work together, they can still get up to your top 3. Last time around, fastest 2 drivers on the racetrack, Lyda and Elwood. They're putting 5/10 now on TJ Pugh. If he's not careful, he can start to lose the draft here. There's still plenty of laps left in this race, but if you lose the draft early on, it's tough to get it back later when you really need it. So for Lyda and Elwood, they're content right now to just continue to work together.
Yeah, at least, I would say at least 7 more laps in this race, more than likely, probably 8, right? So Pugh, again, making some hay here, trying to get back to this lead pair that we see between Lyda and Elwood, and I think he's making a little bit of ground, but you almost get yourself in a position where it's like, I'm battling for a podium position here if you're Pugh, right? You're battling for 1, 2, 3. But that could almost lead you to a position, we mentioned it, where Gorman and Dargis, they can catch up here, and then all of a sudden you're battling for 5th. So you really got to be careful if you're Pugh in this situation. Again, I think at this point you're starting to see a couple of groups working together. You're seeing the group there of Dylan and Hildebrand working together, and then about 8th through 10th also as well. So you're starting to see a couple of packs form here. We're going back to the lead pack right now. Lyda's still in the lead.
The last time around, the fastest of the top 3 was TJ Pugh. He's closed that gap. So any worries that he or his team may have had of losing the draft is out the window now, because he's back on the bumper nearly of Alan Elwood now, with still 5 minutes left plus 2 laps to go here. Matt Lyda leads. I think right now, if you're Elwood, if you're Pugh, you're content with this. You really don't need to make any passes. You don't need to lead the race. You don't need to show your cards too early in the race, because there's only so many cards that you can play in this very long, strategy game here. So to me, if you're Lyda, you continue what you're doing. But if you're Elwood, if you're Pugh right now, you're pretty happy sitting in the draft of Lyda, saving your stuff, maybe having a little bit better equipment underneath you at the end of the race when it is time to get the gloves off and fight some more. So this is very smart driving here from the top 3.
Yeah, and you mentioned it all throughout today that you only get the 1 set of tires, so you get to kind of save your equipment a little bit. But at the end of the day, you got to make this balance now with 4 minutes to go. Do I go, or do I save my equipment? And I agree with you. I do think that Elwood and Pugh are in a really good spot here. And we saw it in the earlier races, how they kind of at the end of the race started to make the time. So I'm really interested to see, we're at 3 minutes 50 seconds to go, around 2 minutes left, where this race will be.
Yeah, well, next time they cross the stripe, it'll be closer to under 3 minutes left in this one. So it'll soon be that crunch time area where it's okay. It's what we've been doing great. We pulled away. We've given ourselves a chance to fight for a podium, no matter where we finish in the top 3. But now it's time to fight. And I think right now, TJ Pugh says now is the time. The issue is when you make those sort of half moves and you cost yourself time as well as your competitor. That's great and all, but you start to lose slight time to the leader like Matt Lyda. So when they cross the stripe this time around, the gap, it's about 3/10. So they still did a decent enough job to not slow their momentum down too much. But TJ Pugh lost out on that one, because he's now 7/10 back from Lyda, 5/10 back from Elwood. So he's got a bit of work to do now to get back up to the bumper of Elwood. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. There's still 2 minutes 50 seconds plus 2 laps left, at least 5 or so laps left in this race. You can see all it took was that 1 half move attempt, and it's spread out your top 3 more.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen all day through today. I believe we even saw it with Pugh in our heat race, where if you're going to make that move, you really do, you got to complete the move. Like you said, you can't make a half move, really, especially in this situation now, because it's not just for grid spots. This is it. This is for the podium, and you got to make that move stick, because as we see now with Pugh, it's going to take him a couple laps to get himself back into a position where he can even attempt that move again. And we see a little bit back here further in the pack, Gorman and Dargis really have just been in a battle the entire day.
Yeah, but look at this. As we get to the closing stages of this race, less than 2 minutes to go, this is as far back as I have seen TJ Pugh from the top 2. Alan Elwood, Matt Lyda working together, reminiscent to what we saw early on in this race. And TJ Pugh right now is on the outside looking in. That gap is growing for the top 2, and they're starting to pull away maybe 3 or 4 kart lengths now, more than that, from TJ Pugh. So if they can just continue to hit their marks, do their qualifying style laps, they can make this a 2 kart race when it's all said and done here. TJ Pugh is still fast enough at the moment to make something happen here. The top two make mistakes, but with a minute 20, there's a little bit less time than he would like if you're TJ Pugh to try to make amends for the mistake that he made a couple laps ago.
So you don't think it's a situation here where maybe Pugh is trying to save his tires, maybe save his equipment a little bit to try to make that run here in the last couple of laps, or do you think he's fallen off?
I still think TJ Pugh at the moment is quick enough to make something happen here. There's still a minute plus 2 laps to go, so let's just say 3 to go here when they cross the stripe for these drivers. So this time around, as we see the battle further back, what a move there. I want to say that might be one of the Monsian brothers there making a move stick on Doty, I believe. But last time around, as I said, TJ Pugh was quick enough. He actually lost 2 more tenths to leaders. The only benefit that TJ Pugh has right now is that the top 2 drivers will inevitably start the battle. And once they battle, we saw it a couple laps ago, one pass can cost you a lot of time. And so once you go side-by-side in general, he'll get brought back into things. But right now, I think his go-kart's starting to fall off a little bit.
I agree with you too, especially as we see this lap transpire here. You still see Lida and Elwood are really the 2 karts right now. They're going to be battling it out for the lead. But as you mentioned, one mistake by either of these drivers, we haven't seen, and I understand it's kart racing, you don't see too much, argy-bargy contact and things like that. But when it comes down to this is the race for the win, you are right. Pugh has himself in a great spot where, oh man, as we see one kart there, I believe that was Dargis on 2 tires. You kind of mentioned it earlier. That's starting to wear in, grip in a little bit, and we're seeing that more.
Yeah, well, here we go. 2 laps to go for our 206 Masters drivers, and TJ Pugh still not quick enough at the moment to make anything happen. So right now it's a mano-a-mano fight out front between Lida and Alan Elwood. Lida has, the last couple of laps, been quick enough to not even have to defend all that much from Alan Elwood here. So we'll see with 2 to go if Elwood gets desperate. I mean, anytime you see those 2.6 in the air, you see drivers make moves maybe they wouldn't do in earlier, laps of a feature race. So nonetheless, through the back section of the racetrack we go for the penultimate time here for Elwood. And this is one of the best passing opportunities we have on the racetrack. Up the hill and onto the long back straightaway towards turn 11. Not close enough for Elwood. Through 12 and now through one of the 2 hairpins here. But Elwood goes very wide. And that's going to not, help his chances at all here as we get ready to go onto the front straightaway and through the dog leg for the final time here, or for the second final time. White flag in the air. One more lap for Matt Lida to get a feature race victory here at MCC.
He has the position right now. You're seeing Elwood trying to move to that inside line. I don't think he has quite enough momentum right now. And you kind of mentioned it. I haven't really seen a spot where Elwood really has that advantage and has been able to get side by side with Lida. We'll see if he has it here. He's got to make the move. He's got anything anywhere. But you mentioned it again. Lida really hasn't had to defend. He's just kind of basically driving his race at this point with about a half lap to go.
Half a lap to go for Matt Lida ahead of Alan Elwood. And Alan is as close as he's been all race long. Down the back straightaway he goes. Didn't get the exit he would have liked. Out of 9 through 10 and 11 we go. And now through turns number 12 and 13 for the final time for Matt Lida. 2 more corners to navigate. He doesn't have to defend. A decent exit for Elwood. A better exit for Lida. Up on the wheel. Head down, trying to get as much power out of those Briggs & Stratton machines. And to the checker flag, it's Matt Lida who takes the win over Alan Elwood and TJ Pugh.
Good race from our top 3. We'll see Gorman and Dargis will come along and get 5th and 6th position, and really a good fight between those 2. Here we see the battle for, I believe, 6th, 7th, and 8th between Doty and the Monsian brothers. We'll see as it comes off the final corner here. If anybody has a final move, a little bit of a move to the outside here, they will. It looks like be side by side. It looks like the brothers pushing each other. I don't know who got it. We'll see. It looks like Doty, Monsian, one of the Monsian brothers got Doty, but they kind of split each other there, basically. So the rest of our drivers come across the line. Muller will finish in 10th. And then Daryl Dillon, I apologize, will finish in 11th.
Well, what a run for our 206 Masters drivers. Matt Lida, congratulations on the feature race victory. First feature done and dusted. When we come back, is time for 206 Junior Racing. You're watching Kart Chaser's live coverage here of the round 4 of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC. Don't go anywhere.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio, round 4 of the Pro-Am Karting Championship. This is the second feature race of the afternoon. It's CIK's LO206 Junior. We saw Adler Klein take a dominating pre-final victory, but Joe Shepard was starting to, fight back a little bit in that main event, and expect him to be quick in this one. Caleb Lanter, P3, Ace Rowland starting fourth. Lila Beck on that third row alongside her, Beckham Lewis. So we're getting ready to see the second wave of feature racing action. Green flag is out for Adler Klein. It's a decent start for the inside row. Caleb Lanter is going to slot into P2 there around the outside. We're going to see Joe Shepard get pushed wide with himself and Ace Rowland. Rowland's up to third now.
Well, you really mentioned it earlier, too. That inside line, you can see how much of an advantage that they have as Shepard now looks like he's going to get shuffled back to 5th position here. Klein able to take the early lead, and it looks like, I believe, I'm going to take a wild guess here. I'm going to think Lanter. Yes, Lanter got up to 2nd position now. So Lanter and then Beck jumping all the way from the back row up to the 3rd position now.
Yeah, good run there for Beck as well. So all these drivers really just doing a pretty good job here to open up this race. I think right now the biggest frustration out there would be for Joe Shepard, who started this race on the front row. He's on the back foot looking in now, sitting in 6th place at the moment. But Caleb Lanter, I got to say, looks pretty racy early on in this one. He started in that 4th place spot. He got up to 2nd at the start, and now he's near the bumper of Adler Klein here. But Klein, we saw how fast he was in the opening laps of that pre-final. It's looking to be more the same here in this main event, but Caleb Lanter's doing a pretty good job. Further back, you mentioned it, Beckham Lewis and Lila Beck, they're on that 3rd row respectively. Now they're both sitting in 3rd and 4th. A pretty good start for the two drivers starting on the back row.
Yeah, and it's really tough for Shepard there. We mentioned it in the earlier race. It was all going to come down to the start. If Shepard could get a good start and file in line, I think really had a chance to even challenge Klein here, because we're seeing so far Klein starting the pull away a little bit, still just about a half-second lead on Lanter, but it's going to be tough. It's really going to be tough if you can't get to Klein early to try to chase him down.
Yeah, well, now I think the biggest advantage that Caleb Lanter had is that Beckham Lewis is feeling pretty racy early on in this one. He's near the bumper now of Lanter, and if those two can hook up and work together, two drivers, we've said this all day long, are faster than one. And right now, this is a much different story than the pre-final where Adler Klein won by 5 seconds. Right now, the gap was 4 tenths. It's up to 5 tenths, but it's not growing nearly as quick as what it did in the pre-final. There's still plenty of action left, 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for Adler Klein. So there's still, time in this race for him to pull away, or time in this race for Caleb Lanter to get up to the bumper. And that's what he's doing right now. Through turn 4 and 5, Caleb Lanter is not letting Klein pull away.
And I will say one thing's for certain here, that it's not going to be as easy for Klein as it was earlier in the day. I do believe at this point he's going to have to run about a perfect race, because you mentioned it, any mistake will just open the door for Lanter, even maybe Beckham Lewis, to get in there. And it's not over yet. Still just 2 seconds all the way back to almost even Joe Shepard. So really anything can happen here in the final 6.5, call it 6 3/4 minutes of this race. Again, I do believe it is Adler Klein's race to lose, but I think at this point, like I mentioned earlier, he has to drive an almost perfect race.
We're down to 6.5 minutes now, plus 2 laps. Further back, Beckham Lewis, he wants that 2nd spot. He's going to take the 2nd spot. Beckham Lewis to P2. What a run from 6th to 4th in this race already. And now he's going to get bumped out of the way in turn number 2. Caleb Lanter, whether he used the front nose cone or not, what a move for Caleb. Back up into that P2 spot, and now that's going to cost Beckham Lewis not only 2nd place, but now he's on the back foot and has to defend from Lila Beck.
Yeah, this is really, we just talked about it, this position last lap. We were talking about how Klein is going to have to drive a perfect race, but that really has opened things up for him. And I don't know if there was any contact there between Lewis and Lanter. It looked like there was. I mean, Beckham Lewis went very wide into turn 2. I will say that. So I don't know if maybe it was they weren't expecting that move to work as well as it did for him, and they kind of overdrove the 2nd turn. But either way, opened the door for Lanter to come back in. Now he can try to maybe pick away at this lead that Alder has opened back up for himself. Still about a half second. We'll see what it is when they come back to the line.
Crossing the stripe now, and look at this. All that racing action that we saw the last lap, as cool as it was, it's given Adler Klein the biggest ladies ad all race long. It's up to 1.3 seconds now, 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and this could be the portion of the race where maybe it starts to implode for the rest of the field, like we saw in the pre-final, where he pulled away by 5 seconds at the time the checkered flag waved for that pre-final event. So for Caleb Lanter, for Beckham Lewis, and for Lila Beck, their best chance is to just work together as a 3-kart group, not race at all, and see if they can set some personal best lap times here and hope for a mistake out of Adler Lewis. But right now, he has been perfect all day long, and like you said, at this point, it's Lewis's to lose, or Klein's to lose, and I think they know it at this point. Beckham Lewis to the inside, he's through on Caleb Lanter. Lanter's going to slice wide. Lila Beck to third now.
Yeah, Lila Beck, too, with a great race here. If she can manage a podium out of the day that she's had, that is almost probably as good of a win for that team. But as you see, as they come back to the straightaway, it's going to be side by side almost for 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way back. And we're going to see a couple of changes of position here. Lila Beck will still, at least on the timing and scoring tower, which updates every time they get to the line, still be holding that 3rd spot, and it looks like she is going to keep it.
Yeah, good run here for Lila Beck, and now Caleb Lanter, who was, who had his sights set on maybe a win early on in this one, is now having to look back at Joe Shepard and Ace Roland behind him. Roland's going to dive up the inside, use some curb if he has to, maybe even a bit of a side pod, but Roland very kindly gave Lanter the outside lane there. He's able to rip the top there and, keep that 4th place spot, but the more you battle for 4th, the more you're ruining your chances of a top 3.
I give it some credit to this junior class too, is with the exception of maybe Alder Klein, we haven't really been able to put a real definite thumb on where everybody else is going to be for the rest of the race, and really all these positions have changed hands multiple times, all the way back to even now we see a battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th back there between Roland, Lanter, and Shepard.
Well, last time around, Adler Klein extends his lead to 2 seconds now over Beckham Lewis. We're starting to see the field spread that we saw in that pre-final. Klein, Lewis, and Beck are your top 3, but it's 2 seconds from 1st to 2nd, and it's another second back to Lila Beck. So right now, I think your top 3 have stabilized, quite nicely for them. But that battle for 4th is starting to rage on here. You have Ace Roland, Caleb Lanter, Joe Shepard. That's the closest battle we have on the racetrack right now, and at the moment, Lanter got passed by Roland last time around. So those 2 drivers, again, they're 1.5 seconds back from Lila Beck. If they work together, maybe they have a shot at a top 3. But right now, the podium chances are looking, more dim as this race goes on. There's still 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That means about 4 laps left in this 206 junior final. And look at this, Caleb Lanter back around Ace Roland. He's through to 4th. His sights are set on Lila Beck, and I still think the podium might be on here for Caleb Lanter because the pace is there. Even with a pass, he didn't lose all too much time. He actually gained time on Lila Beck making that pass. So I think the pace is still there for Lanter, and with a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go, this is still in the cards for him.
No, I definitely agree with you. But we and you mentioned even with a pass, he was faster, but I will say if they're going to catch up to Lila Beck, they have to stop passing each other in the rear of the field, which it has started to spread out a little bit. And you mentioned it there, Lanter, with the move to the inside. I think he does have the individual pace to catch up, but it's definitely going to happen if he's going to have. You can see there, Shepard is helping him right now to get to the back bumper and back.
Here's a good look out front. It's still Adler Klein. Last time around, Beckham Lewis was actually slightly quicker than Klein, but it's going to take a little bit more than a 10th to get up to Klein's rear bumper. But further back, Caleb Lanter has closed that gap tremendously. It was 1.3 seconds from Lanter to Beck last time around. As they cross the stripe to see 3 laps to go, it's within 0.5 of a second, half a second between Lanter and Beck for the final step on the podium here for 206 Junior. Out front, Klein extends his lead by 0.3 over Lewis, but it's all eyes on Lila Beck and Caleb Lanter now for that final spot on the podium.
And don't forget Joe Shepard there too. He's right on the back bumper of Caleb Lanter, and he's not going to make it easy. Lanter is playing defense while trying to catch Beck right now. I do genuinely believe we'll see as they come through the chicane there. Look how close everybody is right now, and you can see that Lanter is trying to find a way around Beck right now. Beck really has to hold the line here for these last 2 laps. We're going to come to 2 laps to go next time we cross the stripe.
2 laps to go next time around for Adler, Klein, and Beckham Lewis. Further back, Lanter has gotten around Lila Beck. Caleb Lanter, his charge through after getting pushed wide continues. He's up to 3rd. I think that's about as far as he's going to get, because I think Beckham Lewis is a little bit too far up the field. But for Adler, Klein, and for Beckham Lewis, 1st and 2nd right now at the moment. Still 2 laps remaining. But for Caleb Lanter, what a drive. He was 2 seconds back from Lila Beck. He closed down the gap and got around Beck, and now he needs to just defend for the next 2 laps to maintain that podium spot.
Well, talking about drives too, I mean, look at Beckham Lewis again, came from 6th place all the way up into the 2nd position. Now, I don't think anybody is really going to change positions too much. Maybe there's a battle between Shepard and Beck there. As you see, actually, Shepard's already made the pass on Lila Beck there, so that's going to be for the 4th spot as we come to the white flag. For Alder Klein, at least, I think we've seen the changing of positions, barring anything catastrophic, that is, Alex, stopped now, at least for the time being.
Well, this time around, white flag in the air. One more time around for Adler, Klein, and Beckham Lewis. I will say, after catching up to Lila Beck, that gap has not grown whatsoever. Beck all over the rear bumper of Caleb Lanter for that 3rd and final step on the podium. Joe Shepard has dropped back by a 2nd on those 2 drivers. So at this stage in the race, with half a lap to go, it's all about Lanter and Beck. Klein has put on a tremendous performance all day long. He was the quickest in warm-up, the quickest in qualifying, the fastest in the pre-final, and he has been undoubtedly the fastest driver here in this main event. And as he rounds turn 9 and 10, onto the back straightaway we go. Half a lap now remains for Adler, Klein. Beckham Lewis put on a pretty good show for us as well to drive through from the back of the grid up to 2nd place. Just ultimately could not contend with the pace that we saw from Adler, Klein. Round 14 and 15. Further back, Lanter holding off Lila Beck as it stands, but through the dog leg for the final time here, Adler, Klein wins 206 Junior. Behind him, it's Beckham Lewis. Caleb Lanter, what a drive to finish into that 3rd place spot. Lila Beck at the line, just misses out on the drag race there to finish 4th. Joe Shepard, Ace Rowland, your top 6 drivers in 206 Junior. And when we return, more 206 racing action, continuing with our senior drivers.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rear protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio, here for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. This is round number 4. And now, on your screen, 206 Senior hitting the racetrack for their main event. Let's quickly run you through your starting lineup and how they finished in the pre-final. Ben Lyda won that one. A very close race between himself and Braden Heber. Then it was Nolan Holiday in that third spot. Behind him, Gavin Dagenhart in fourth. Shane Hambrick in that fifth place spot. And then alongside him, Travis Venanzi. And then on the final row, Ethan Collins there, rounding out your top 7 drivers here that make up this 206 Senior grid. Rounding the final couple of corners now are your 206 seniors getting ready to do battle here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Ben Lyda, Braden Eber, they put on such a good show for us in that pre-final, and through the tram lines they go for the final time today. Green flag is out. No, they're a little bit too quick through the tram lines, so we'll go around one more time.
I gotcha. They pulled the rug on you. Well, that being said, we got a little bit of downtime. Do really want to give a shout out to everybody again at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Doing a great job just keeping these races going, bringing the racing action to you live at home. And then also shout out to everybody on our production crew, Kyle, Bella, Quinn, of course you, Alex, everybody doing a great job bringing the racing action to everybody at home today.
Yeah, I mean, great job by all the MCC staff, Sean Bailiff and the entire, Bailiff crew for putting this on. I mean, I got to say, the Kart Chaser Cranma crew doing such a good job up there as well, just bringing us all the incredible action for us to go out there and call the races. So none of this would be possible, like you said. So, you said it perfectly as well. So good job there, Ian. And now, while we said all that, second time of asking, let's see if Ben Lyda and Braden Eber can get the green this time around. So this time you see the slow sign in the air. It looks to be slightly slower than last time. Maybe still a little bit too quick, but I think this is going to get the green flag this time around. Green is out. Ben Lyda, Braden Eber on the front row. Good start for the inside row. Nolan Holiday up to P2.
Side by side a little bit further back through the pack there. The top three will separate themselves, and everybody else now, it looks like, will single file in, a little bit double file there towards the end of the pack, but a good breakaway here for our top three. And I think that's going to be most of our groups now broken up. We'll see if that back four pack there can get into a line and try to chase down this lead pack now.
Well, right now, 3-cart breakaway, like you mentioned, 4 carts further back in their own race, trying to work together and see if they can catch up to the top 3. But right now, it's the likes of Ben Lyda, then it's Nolan Holiday, then it's Braden Eber. We saw this same sort of event pan out in that pre-final before Braden got around Nolan Holiday and then didn't look back. Further back, a bit of contact there. Benanzi and Hambrick going after it there for that 5th place spot. It's going to allow the likes of Collins to get in the mix as well.
And again, side by side here for 2nd place. We'll see if the move to the inside will work by Haber, and I think he's just going to be able to get it done and carry enough momentum in the turn 2 where he's going to be able to hang on to that spot, though. Holiday's going to be able to put chase on him here. He's got the draft now going down one of our long straightaways here. Now these drivers going into turn number 4. Again, Lyda kind of enjoying what he's seeing behind him, at least for right now. Maybe a little bit of back and forth racing, but as we saw, we keep mentioning all day long, 2 carts, 3 carts better than 1 cart, and that's the situation we see right now.
But just like in the pre-final, once Braden Eber was able to get around Nolan Holiday, he's starting to pull away already. So I think this is beginning to brew another mano-a-mano fight out front between Lyda and Heber there for that top spot. Further back, Nolan Holiday starting to lose track of the top 2. Gavin Dagenhart is the leader of that 2nd group with Venanzi, Hambrick, and Collins in tow. So that's a really good scrap for this 4th position on the racetrack, and it's 4 carts doing battle to see who can come out on top of that 2nd group there. So here's your leaders. Last time around, Braden Heber quicker than Ben Lyda, and he's all over the bumper now of Lyda as they get through 2 and 3.
Now we'll see, though, if we saw this earlier where we've seen carts try to stick behind another cart and then the lead cart will let him go. And we saw Heber trying to play this strategy earlier. Seems like it's working a little bit better for him this time, just kind of settling in behind Lyda, seeing where he might be faster, where he might be able to make a move later in this race. Still a lot of time to go, just over 7 minutes left in this race. So just a ton of time left for these drivers to still battle it out.
Yeah, 7 minutes is a lifetime in racing, plus the extra 2 laps as well. Nolan Holiday way off the racetrack at the exit of turn number 9, and that's really not going to do his chances at staying with the top 2 any good. Matter of fact, it's going to bring him closer to that second group now. So all of a sudden, Gavin Degenhart, Venanzi, and the rest of that crew has their sights set on a potential podium with Nolan Holiday dropping off the lead crew.
Yeah, it's definitely not what you want to do. I mean, he had the time to at least make the mistake right now, but you definitely don't want to do that. And I think I saw a hand in the air possibly from Holiday, so I don't know if potentially maybe even some issues for the number 9 kart right now. We'll see as it develops as we go on, but that's really going to leave it just to these 2 top karts right here between Lyda and Heber. Again, they've been on each other the entire time. I think that Heber is just waiting and seeing where he can find a spot where he's faster.
Yeah, well, right now, Braden Heber is doing a great job. This is pretty much all you can ask for if you're, the team of Braden, of listen, just sit behind Ben Lyda. No need to battle, no need to race too hard and risk an issue or, some contact and both you guys are out of the race. There's still 5 minutes and 45 left, plus 2 laps. It's at least 8 laps or so here around the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. So it's also to play for your top 2 drivers. There's Nolan Holiday. That gap is closing for the likes of Shane Hambrick and Gavin Degenhart. So they're getting closer to Holiday there. So that might be a pretty decent scrap for the final step on the podium when this race comes to a close in 5 minutes time. So it's also to play for on all sides of the podium here. So you really don't. It's still a question mark in the air, I'd say, for who's going to finish first, second, and third at the moment. Right now, Ben Lyda and Heber have solidified themselves, I'd say, as favorites for the top 2 spots, as long as they don't do anything to ruin their chances. But for that 3rd place spot, I think that gap is starting to really close.
But you say that, though, but Degenhart and Hambrick are going back and forth trading positions every single lap, so Holiday's probably got to enjoy seeing that. I would say in his rearview mirror, but I don't believe they have rearview mirrors on these karts. That's why you see these drivers looking behind. But again, doesn't change the fact that our battle for the top 2 here is you could put a piece of paper between these 2 cars, and I don't think there would be enough room right now. But I do still think, at least for the time being, I don't know. Again, I do think Heber is trying to just stick behind Lyda right now and work with him. But at the time, a little bit of a bumper there. Maybe you saw it. I don't know if Heber knows a spot where he has that passing opportunity, at least right now.
Well, 4 minutes left in this one. Then we'll see 2 to go. So for Braden Heber, again, he's just analyzing what he needs to do to get around Ben Lyda. I think there's a couple of spots that I've noticed where he can, make it stick. And again, I still believe it's similar to what we saw in the pre-final. One go-kart's much quicker on the straights, one's much quicker through the corners there. And you see Braden Heber out of the hairpins all over the bumper of Ben Lyda. So I think at this point, out of turn 9, this is Braden Heber's best chance here. Down this back straightaway with the help of a nice toe, that's probably his best shot here, and maybe a dive into 13. He doesn't opt to take it right now. There's really no need to take it at the moment. There's still plenty of racing action left. You don't want to risk, again, like I mentioned earlier, contact or making a mistake. So here's a look at that battle for 3rd. Nolan Holiday starting to pull away, but I still think if Shane Hambrick and Degenhart can, work together a little bit better, there's still hope, and it's still in the cards for them to get a podium potentially.
I absolutely agree with you there, and I agree with what you were saying about that Heber as well. It seems like you mentioned it, not only going in the turn number 12, but turn number 1. Any corner that he has a long straightaway where he can use the draft, that's pretty much where he's going to have to make his move. And right now you can see these slower corners, Lyda's able to open up a little bit of gap. You see the check behind there by Lyda for just a split second. I think he knows where he's at, and I think that's why he's checking. He's trying to see, hey, is this guy faster than me here, or is he here? I do think both of these drivers kind of have a pretty good idea of each other right now. I think it's just, when do you make your move, and do you wait for either one of the drivers to make a mistake before you make your move? Obviously, if you're Lyda, you're just maintaining and playing defense right now, but I think if you're Heber, you're waiting for that mistake to be made, possibly.
Well, right now it's beginning to get to that crunch time, part of the race where, 2 minutes left plus 2 laps, maybe 4 laps left on this one at max for Braden Heber to make that move stick on Ben Lyda right now. I mean, he's played the super patient game here, and let's see if it pays dividends for him when this race comes to a close. Further back, Nolan Holiday starting to get closed in by Shane Hambrick and Gavin Dagenhart, working together pretty well. So that race is still not over for the battle for third, but we're going to keep our eyes focused on the battle for the lead as it begins to come to a close. Minute and a half left here for the 206 seniors for their main event here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati through turns 8 and 9 and onto the back straightaway for maybe the third to last time here for Braden Heber. Right now, Ben Lyda's go-kart just seems to be wide enough, I'd say, and quick enough in all the right places to not get passed. I think Braden Heber is going to have to throw it up the inside if he wants to make a move stick. Slightly wide there for Ben Lyda, but it's still enough. There's Nolan Holiday. Gavin Dagenhart and Shane Hambrick are closing in on this gap.
Yeah, just every single lap, just a little bit more is being taken away from that lead that Holiday has on the podium. Again, going back to the battle for the lead here, Lyda, Heber, now down to 0.3 of a second. And again, that time by, at least Lyda was faster. Heber has been faster through a vast majority of laps. You got to keep in mind, though, he has the advantage of the draft, and I think you hit the nail on the head. I think Lyda is just doing a great job right now of making that kart as wide as the entire racetrack and really leaving Heber with nowhere to go. I think he's going to have to make a somewhat dramatic lunge at some point to try to make something stick.
Well, next time around, they're going to see 2 laps to go here at MCC for round 4 of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here. So, for the third to last time now for sure, through 13 and 14, Braden Heber, he's going to have to get creative here if he wants to get around Ben Lyda. Through the dog leg we go, as there's a look at Nolan Holiday, and I got to say that gap is down to 1.4 for that battle for third, so that might rage on here with 2 laps to go. The battle for the lead, though, has definitely been brewing for the entirety of this 10 minutes, and now there's 2 laps to decide it. Through turns 2 and 3 for Braden Heber, he's as close as he's been through 1 and 2, but loses it out of 3, so it's not going to really be close enough for passing the 4. I got to say, with the toe, that might be something that he can put in the back of his head for the next lap if he opts to take it, or he can go up the inside using just a late braking pass, but through 6, not close enough again. This has been the story of the race for Braden Heber. I think at this point the go-kart might be faster on a 1-lap basis of who can get the quicker lap time, but over the course of a race situation, I think Ben Lyda's go-kart is set up just a slight tick better than Braden Heber, but he's got a decent run on the back straightaway. He thought about it. He peeked the nose for a moment there, and I think we might see where Braden Heber is going to go for that pass in the next lap.
Oh, you have to, right? I mean, we're going to find out right now if Heber is faster than Lyda or not. It all is basically just going to come down to this. We'll see white flag in the air if Heber has anything. I think turn 1 is a good spot for him here, but he's just not quite there. But you see the run that he gets, and Lyda is going to play the very defensive line here, and I'm kind of okay with that. I do think that's going to allow Heber there to get a little bit of a run, though, coming back through this section of the track.
Yeah, well, now he's just forced his hand. Ben Lyda, I don't think he had to defend, but now he has no other choice than to defend. Through turn 6, bottom of the racetrack he goes. Heber wants the over-under. Lyda's going to defend on the exit here, and now they're going to have to stay single file through the chicane here. You can't really make a move here unless you're ultra aggressive through the left-right chicane. Do we see a move from Braden Heber? We don't. Down the back straightaway for the final time of the day for these 206 senior drivers. Bottom goes Lyda, top goes Braden Heber. Over-under incoming here. 2 corners to navigate for Ben Lyda. He goes low. Heber goes high. Look for the crossover now as they round the final corner and through the dogleg. Braden Heber's got a decent shot here. He's going to have a really good toe on the front straightaway. I don't know if he's close enough. Tucking in the helmet is Lyda. Side by side across the stripe. Ben Lyda just, wins ahead of Braden Heber there by 0.02 of a second. Further back, 1 lap away was Shane Hambrick over Nolan Holiday, who just, takes that podium away from Hambrick there. Dagenhart 5th, Venanzi, Collins finishes in 7th. But Ben Lyda, what a run to just eclipse Braden Hebert there at the stripe.
Yeah, really. I mean, Heber had the run. He really did. You give him 100 more feet, and I think possibly they they switch positions there. I mean, you said it yourself, 2/100ths of a second. So, I mean, we don't have the pylon camera. I get it. We're not the NFL here or anything like that. But I would love to see that shot of when they came across the line, how close they were.
Yeah, that was close. 200ths of a second. Doesn't get a whole lot closer than that. But what a race here for our 206 senior drivers. When we come back, some of our youngest stars are getting ready to hit the racetrack. It's CIKL 206 cadets when we come back.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage on your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back here to the Pro-Am Karting Challenge. We just missed the start of the race, but nonetheless, Will Richard, Drew Schneider, they put on such a good show for us. Maybe the best pre-final we saw all morning long, and now it's time for feature racing action. I got to say, Will Richard got off to a pretty hot start here. He's already a couple of car lengths, more than a couple, ahead of Drew Schneider here, but there's still 9 minutes left in this one, so it's all still to play for, and if that pre-final is anything to go off of, this should be a barn burner.
Yeah, and it did take some time for Schneider to catch up to Richard in that last race. So we'll see how this progresses, especially with the extra 2 minutes. That's when it really got interesting there at the end. A couple of dive bombs side by side, finally, to see who would finally take it. And then Colton Hoops out there as well. See if you can improve on that 1:13 lap time. Really looking to just get out there, get some good laps in, and see if we can have any improvement here for him. But that time by, at least, Richard was a lot faster than Schneider. So we'll see if Schneider can get into a groove here and try to get some spots back.
Eight and a half minutes left here for Will Richard. The gap is 1.5 seconds between himself and Drew Schneider. It's a tall mountain here for Drew to go out there and gain 1.5 seconds over Will Richard, considering in that pre-final we saw how close they were in lap time throughout that race. It's going to be tough for Drew, I think, to maybe make up that 1.5 seconds, but anything's possible here with 8 minutes to go in this cadet class.
Yeah, and again, you know, all these drivers have to, all of our lap times and everything are assuming a perfect lap time with no mistakes, right? So we still got plenty of time here. I'm not trying to do the commentator's curse on anybody. We wouldn't want to do that, but still plenty of time left in this race. Still some time for drivers to figure out their lap time. And the last time by, look at that, Drew Schneider definitely able to put a chunk, at least, in the lap times that Richard are putting down.
Last time around, Drew Schneider was slightly slower than Will Richards' lap time there, so the gap is growing now to 2 seconds between your top two drivers. And then Colton Hoops doing a great job in that third spot there. He's just been a driver that's consistently improved all weekend long, doing a great job here in this 206 cadet class. 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for Will Richard, he's doing double duty this weekend, running mini and cadets. So after this race, he has to get in the other go-kart and get ready to race in that mini race later on this afternoon. But for Will Richard, it's looking pretty good. Crossing the stripe, that gap looks to have grown again from 2 seconds up to 2.6 seconds. What a run so far. We're only less than halfway home here in this one, but for Will Richard, it's looking pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely looking really good, and I definitely see some improvement from Will Richard here, and that's definitely got to help double the track time. Basically, it doesn't matter what class you're in. If you get a little bit more familiar with the track, you figure a little bit more things out, it's definitely going to help you as this race progresses. I will say, I'm interested to see as time goes on here. I know it's not a lot of time, but I will see how long can Will keep this consistent pace up, and I don't think any reason like he wouldn't keep that pace up. But at the same time, you know, it's a long time to be in this kart. It's physical. It's getting towards the end of the day. It's been a nice, comfortable day so far out here in Batavia, Ohio, but a lot of time in the kart, and you still got to stay mentally sharp throughout all of it.
The gap has now grown to almost 4 seconds for Will Richard over Drew Schneider. It has been a dominating performance here from Will so far. We're halfway home now in this 206 cadet final. 5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps for these young superstars.
I'd like to see the onboard footage too. That'd be fun. That'd be cool if we get the onboard cam that Will has there. I see a GoPro or something. Do you have any GoPros on your kart there, Alex, or do you not want people to see your secrets?
No, most of these drivers that you'll see actually run a GoPro, more for their own personal data. Some of them just opt not to. I know I have the worst luck with GoPros. Whenever I put a GoPro on my go-kart, it falls off. I don't know why. Even with a case, it just falls off. But I put one on every time I go on the racetrack, and I think my conversion rate on if it makes it back to, you know, the scales or not is probably 50-50, and that's probably my fault that I don't tighten it hard enough. But yeah, that would be cool because Will is absolutely wheeling it right now. 5.6 second lead out front over Drew Schneider. I think they must have figured things out between that pre-final and final because Richard is just not looking back at the moment. And I want to shout out Drew Schneider as well because I mentioned Richard is doing double duty this weekend. So too is Drew Schneider in the micro class as well. So both these drivers are going to celebrate, you know, both these top two guys are celebrating, you know, a podium finish, but they're going to have to go and stay suited up for their main event in mini and micro later on this afternoon. So 2 races for these young stars, and I'm sure they're probably getting to the stage where they're getting a little bit tired because they have to run 2 classes, but they're doing a much better job than I would. I mean, in terms of physical shape.
Oh yeah. Plus, when you're that age, I think you have a lot more energy, right? Like you and I here are, I think I wouldn't say struggling by any stretch of the imagination, but it's been a long day out here at the racetrack. You know what I mean? So. Not having to put in the physical effort these drivers are putting in, but at the same time, it's a long day out here. But I think when you're younger, and then especially you're just kind of out there, and it's fun to run in the lead, right? So that's definitely got to help a little bit.
Two and a half minutes to go, plus 2 laps for these 2:06 cadet drivers. The gap is now 7 seconds from Drew Schneider to Will Richard. And then Colton Hoops sits in that 3rd spot, setting his personal best lap of the weekend, a 1:12.476. So great job for Colton this race. So it's been a pretty good performance for him in that 3rd spot. Drew Schneider's done a really good job as well. Will Richard, though, has just been untouchable here in this main event. You know, the transition from that pre-final to the final has been incredible to see how much pace he found on that 587 machine. And now there's less than 2 minutes to go here for these young cadet drivers.
Yeah, and really great job, Colton, there. And we pointed out multiple times, every session from warm-up all the way to the final race here has set a faster lap. Well, they've set their personal best lap time in every session. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. So great job by Colton Hoops today. And I mean, especially look at Will here. He's just putting on a clinic. I think at this point he's trying to see how far he can make the gap before the checkered flag flies.
We're getting ready to see 3 laps to go for Will Richard as he rounds the final corner now. And like you said, it's really just a game for him at this point to see how much of a lead he can extend over himself and Drew Schneider. So last time it was 8.6 seconds. It's going to continue to grow as he sets personal best lap times almost every lap of this race. So next time around, we're going to see the 2 laps to go for these 206 cadet drivers. So 2 more next time around, 2.5 laps, I should say, for Will Richard. 10.4 the gap now to Drew Schneider.
As you mentioned, it'll be 2 laps to go when they get back to the stripe this time. Very, very comfortable lead, and continues to be even more comfortable for Will Richard. We'll see if he can set another personal best this time as he comes through turns 13 and 14 back onto the front stretch. A little bit wide there, though, through turn 14. So maybe not a personal best this time, but we'll see when he gets back to the stripe.
Two to go here for Will Richard, rounding turn number 2. And yeah, that gap is going to grow again. 10.4 last time around, 12 seconds now. So impressive stuff from all these drivers, though. Again, this is a tough thing to go out there and do, especially for the guys that are doing double duty this weekend in all classes. It's tough to go out there and do 2 classes. So, round of applause to all those drivers. And yeah, this has been a really good showing for Will Richard. I mean, we saw that incredible race that we saw in the pre-final between Richard and Schneider, and we thought maybe that'd be more of the same here, but Will Richard clearly went back to the drawing board and found some pace on board that 587 machine and hasn't looked back since the moment the green flag waved in this one.
Will say as he takes the white flag, though, no slowing down from William Richard. I mean, he's continuing to at least put out consistent lap times. They're not personal best lap times, as we were kind of making the joke to, but consistent lap times really from all these drivers.
Well, half a lap to go for Will Richard. He won the pre-final in a dogfight between himself and Drew Schneider. But in the final, it hasn't been much of a fight for Will Richard. He hasn't looked back since the moment that green flag waved. You can see kind of the hand in the air there. He's like, listen, I got this. One more lap for me, and I'm going to take this checker flag home and take this, winning trophy with me as well. So round 13 through turn 14 for the final time in cadet. He has to do it a couple more times in the mini class later today, but through the dog leg he goes. Checkered flag waves for Will Richard, who wins the 206 cadet final, and you can see what it means to that driver right there. Will Richard wins the final. Behind him, Drew Schneider, about 14 seconds amidst here. He is going to cross the stripe to finish second place. Good run there for Drew to take home P2 there. And then further back as well, Colton Hoops is going to round out your top 3 here in the 206 cadet final. Having said that, we're halfway home nearly in these main events. There's Colton Hoops doing a good job here, and he's going to round the final couple of corners now to take home that 3rd place result here in 206 cadet. But when we come back, it's time for KA100 action, starting with our Masters drivers here. Do not go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
We're back here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Green flag for the KA100 Master final here. The Kutcher brothers side by side now will file in down the backstretch after turn number 3 here, and the rest of the field a little bit of contact farther back there. It looks like for about 6th or 7th position. Not quite sure who that was, but your top 5, top 6, top 7 now filing in single file as they head down the S's here into turn number 11 in our first lap. This is one of our more competitive classes in our heat races, so really excited to see what they'll do here. Kutcher, as he checks over his left shoulder, Andy Kutcher that is, will check his brother Chris Kutcher, who will file in for second place here. Not much change throughout your running order as far as their starting positions go, 1 through 9. A little bit of jostling back and forth, but nobody changes positions here. Again, the two Kutcher brothers at the front of this race, but we kind of saw this earlier where it strung out a little bit at the beginning, but then some of these carts started to file up 2 by 2 and make some ground that way. So we'll see what happens as we progress farther into this race. Going to be about 8 minutes to go when we come back to the line.
8 minutes to go here for KA100 Masters, and it's still the two Kutcher brothers, 1 and 2, with Andy leading the helm here over his brother Chris, and then it's Zach Corder in that 3rd place spot. Damian Jennings drops the tire there in 4th. That's going to allow Greg Leahy to get back in the mix in that 5th place spot as well. So 7 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock plus 2 laps, and right now it's Chris versus Andy, top of the board here, and then Zach Corder doing a very good job here to maintain that 3rd spot and keeping these two brothers honest.
Yeah, at least keeping him honest at this point in the race, and unless the top 2 can link up there, it looks like this lead group here, this podium group, is starting to separate themselves a little bit from 4th place there. We'll see if they can kind of group up a little bit farther back in the field here and make any room, or I'm sorry, make any time on those leaders falling back a little bit farther there. The 269 cart of Stifler and Doty you saw passing through our screen back in the 8th and 9th position. But a look at your leaders here again through turns 13 and 14 as they come back to the stripe. Still Andy and Chris Kutcher in the lead, 1st and 2nd respectively.
Well, that gap is not growing whatsoever for Andy Kutcher. It might be shortening, actually, and it is. That gap has shrunk now to 2/10 and 6/10 back to Corder. So Kutcher, Chris Kutcher and Zach Corder both quicker than Andy Kutcher as it stands at the moment. 6 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock plus 2 laps for our KA100 Masters drivers to make something happen. Through turn 6 we go for the two Red Speed drivers there, and behind them it's a Car Republic of Zach Corder. These 3 have broken away. 1.8 seconds back is Damian Jennings, so that next battle is between Jennings and Greg Leahy, as well as Albright in that 4th, 5th, and 6th place spot. So 2 different 3-cart trains developing here, but I will say Jennings especially is not letting the top 3 pull away without a fight. I think at this point Damian's close enough to where if the top 3 start to battle hard enough, he'll be back in the mix, but at the moment, no mistakes being made by your top 2 drivers.
Well, you see this camera shot right now as they come back down the front stretch into turn 1. You can see that gap is starting to shrink a little bit, and I think that's just a product of all these drivers, even though they are single file. I think they're still racing to an extent, especially as you see this battle here between 1st and 2nd, maybe able to get to the inside a little bit. No, he's going to file right back in behind his brother again, but I still think, especially at the front here, these drivers are battling, and I think that's allowing you mentioned especially Jennings and some of these other drivers to make a little bit of time on it.
Yeah, well, as we get to the back straightaway here to see halfway home, 5 minutes left in this KA Masters final, and at some point, Chris Kutcher's going to have to make the move here, but he made a mistake, and that's going to allow the likes of Zach Corder back into the mix. And I think at this point, rather than looking forward, Chris is going to have to start looking back here because Zach Corder is all over his rear bumper here. Down the front straightaway we go. You see the hand signal from Chris saying, listen, let's work together. I made a mistake. I know it. But let's work together here and get back to my brother Andy up front there. So through turns 2 and 3 at the moment. These 3 drivers on our screen doing a pretty solid job of not racing. They're experienced enough. They're in the Masters class. They've been doing this for long enough at this point to understand that, listen, there's no reason to fight with such a long race still to go, and bring in the other drivers back into the mix.
You made a really good point, too. You saw the communication as they came down the front stretch, the look back and then the hand signal. It was I'm really glad you brought that up, because you could see that, you mentioned it, they know where they're at. They know they don't have to battle each other really right now. They just have to get farther and farther away from this pack. You do have to wonder, though, 2 seconds, about maybe 3 seconds when they come back to the line, although you keep mentioning it, Jennings is really not letting him go, but at the same time, he's really not catching them at the same time either. But I do think you kind of see Andy was looking back a couple of times there as his brother, Chris, just sets the fastest lap on the racetrack. He was looking back a couple of times, but I do think you're right. You got to look ahead right now, especially if you're in that top 3 crew.
3 minutes 40 to go here in KA Masters, and it's really just it's a dogfight up front between the top 3. The 2 Kutcher brothers, Zach Corder, they're 3 seconds clear of Damian Jennings, who's also a second ahead of Greg Leahy. And from there, it's really just a pretty large field spread from 4th through 9th. But no field spread at all between your top 3 drivers. It's really just who makes the first mistake, or maybe they don't make many mistakes. Because right now, I think Andy Kutcher is doing just enough at the moment to not have to defend all too much. But like we saw in the 206 Senior main event with Ben Lyda, we didn't think he had to defend too much, but he still had to at the end of the race. So I think no matter what, you put Andy Kutcher in a situation where he has to defend, and it makes things tough. But last time around, Kutcher faster than Chris and Zach Corder last time around. So I will say a couple more laps like that, and he won't have to defend when it gets time to crunch time.
Well, not only that, I think at least the last time around, Andy didn't really have to worry about playing defense because Chris was playing defense, right? Zach was all over the back bumper of Chris Kutcher there, but I do believe it's starting to fall back into his hands a little bit, but Chris was able to put a little bit of a gap on Zach, but you can kind of see there Zach is faster through the slower part of the racetrack.
Down the back straight we go. 2 minutes left when they cross the stripe. That means we'll get maybe at most 5 laps, but I'm presuming 4 to go here for our KA Masters drivers. Further back, there's Damian Jennings pulling away from Greg Leahy, and Andy Kutcher pulling away from Chris Kutcher here. So I think at this point, if you're Zach Corder, you have no choice but to push Chris back up to the top spot, because at this point, you know you're guaranteed a 3rd, barring any, mechanical issues. So there's no need to race for 2nd right now when you know at the worst you're going to do at this situation is 3rd. So to me, you push Chris back up to the front and see what you can do from there. But right now, Andy Kutcher's go-kart has, found some new life in the latter half of this race.
Oh, yeah, you could definitely see it now as the gap continues to widen up here. It's definitely a 3-horse battle, at least for the lead. I would even go as far as to say it's a 1-horse battle for the lead, and then you've got 2nd and 3rd really is going to be the battle here for the rest of this race. And you got to imagine, a little bit of a slip up there for Chris Kutcher. It doesn't look like it's cost him much time, but you see he dips the tire just the slightest bit there. Caught a little bit of the curb coming in the turn number 13, and that's not going to help him. I mean, I honestly think that Chris Kutcher is feeling a little bit of the pressure from Zach Corder right now.
Yeah, I think at this stage in the race, if Andy Kutcher can put a couple more laps together like he has, it's going to be tough for Chris Kutcher to get back up to the bumper of Andy there. So through turns 4 and 5 we go. Zach Corder is really going to have to get up on the wheel here and push Chris Kutcher like he never has before at this point in the race to get back up to Andy. So through turns 7, 8, and 9 here, it's going to be tight on time to see if they get 2 or 3 laps to go. It'll really be dependent on exactly when they cross the stripe. It'll come down to marginally a couple of seconds difference, plus or minus, whether or not we do an extra lap or not. And that actually could play a big difference in the end result of this race. So through 13 and 14, round to the final corner now, and through the dog leg, that timer is ticking. 5, 4, 3, 2. I think it's just not going to be enough. We're going to see 2 laps to go here for Andy Kutcher, I believe, here. So for Kutcher, 2 to go. Behind him, Chris Kutcher and then Zach Quarter last time around matched the laps of Andy Kutcher. They're going to need more than that.
Yeah, they're going to need more than that. And I think if, for at least Chris Kutcher, he was happy to see that 2 laps ago because, I like you said, one more lap I think could have made all the difference here. And I'm not saying that Zach Quarter is out of the picture by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely, if you're Chris Kutcher, you want to see that white flag come sooner than later because not only have, he's all over your bumper, but he's been all over your bumper for laps at this point. So you're stressing out. You're mentally having to deal with this driver trying to pass the entire time, again with no mirrors too. So these guys don't know where they're at a lot of the times in relation to each other unless you turn around and actually look and see where the other driver is, as you see Chris Kutcher right there do as we take the white flag.
Andy Kutcher adds to his advantage up to 9/10 of a second. At this point, all he has to do is hit his qualifying marks for one more lap, and it's going to be his feature race to lose. So for Chris Kutcher, it's all about defending that second place spot over Zach Quarter through turn 6 and then up the hill towards turn 7, 8, and 9. At this point, the field is spread out enough to where I don't even think Chris needs to defend this point in the race. They climb the hill for the final time today. Andy Kutcher far enough ahead. Chris Kutcher also far enough ahead. Through 12, now 13 and 14. It'll take a big lunge from here from Zach Quarter to make anything stick. Not close enough. Chris Kutcher's not close enough. Andy Kutcher throws it up slightly off the racetrack there, but keeps it in play. Looks over his shoulder. Nobody's close enough. Andy Kutcher wins KA100 Master over Chris Kutcher and then Zach Quarter. What a run for those top 3 drivers. Less than a second separates your top 3. Then it was Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy. Your top 5 further back, side by side between Hamilton and Albright. No, that was Stifler and Hamilton. Sorry, Albright crossed the stripe already. Stifler ahead of Hamilton, and that's Mike Doty crossing the stripe in 9th place here. So, what a run for all of our K100 Masters drivers. When we come back, it's time for K100 Junior Racing.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? We need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio, here for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. KA100 Junior has hit the racetrack now to begin their main event. 10 minutes plus 2 laps is the distance. Let's quickly run you through what we saw in the pre-final. Homer Heeman ahead of Indy Anderson in that tough duel between two Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic teammates. Indy Anderson, however, got the fastest lap in that race, so that could give us a decent idea of what we can expect in the main event later on in this one. Adler Klein, third. Isaac Gardner, fourth. Josiah Phillips starting in that 5th place spot. Then you have the likes of Beckham Lewis in 6th, and then you have Marcus Bachon rounding out your top 7 drivers here for our KA100 class as they round the final corner now and hit the dog leg for their final starts of the day here. We're halfway home in our feature races here at the Pro-Am Karting Championship, and it's Homer Heeman, Indy Anderson on the front row, getting ready to see the green flag. They're in the tram lines and ready to take the green flag. Green flag is out for our KA100 juniors, and we'll have to see if we can get a good view of the start of this one. It was 2 teammates in the front row of Homer Heeman and Indy Anderson. Through turns 1, 2, and 3 we go, and back towards turn number 4 here. It looks to be Indy Anderson leading. Homer Heeman didn't get a great start in this one. He's on the back foot looking in now, as Indy Anderson, I believe, unless this went yellow, didn't get a good look at the start here. We'll have to see if the start got green. No, it was okay. So they did not go around. They didn't like the start. So now we're gonna have to regroup, reset here for our KA juniors, and get ready to be underway for a second time of asking for the junior drivers.
And just as well, you know what I mean. We weren't quite ready to see all the action here, so a little bit of maybe wondering what's going on there on the outside line. A little bit of hand gesturing there, but I think everything will be all right. And I'm interested to see this one too. We've already seen Alder Klein win 1 race today. We'll see if he can go 2 for 2 here in the KA100 junior class, as we come back around turn number 14 here. And we'll see if they can get it done this time, Alex.
We'll have to wait and see here. Through the dog leg we go. Looks to be a much smoother start to this one here, but once you get to the tram lines, that's where things tend to go south if drivers want to get on the gas a little bit too early, get a little bit too punchy on the throttle. So looks to be a much smoother start here for our pole sitter of Homer Heeman and Indy Anderson on the front row as well. In the tram lines we go. They got to wait till those acceleration cones so that they can begin to apply the throttle. Looks to be a much better start. Green flag is out. Good start for Homer Heeman. Good start for Anderson. Better start for Adler Klein, who I think has gotten up to that P2 spot here. We'll have to wait and see. Through turns 2 and 3 we go, and onto the back straightaway. Homer Heeman leads over Indy Anderson, and then is Adler Klein still in 3rd. So the top 3 remain the same. For the back, shuffling for position, Josiah Phillips on the inside of Isaac Gardner.
And it looks like everybody is kind of, again, single filed out here early in this race as they come back through the chicane section. A little bit of a challenge there, maybe from Indy Anderson. Thinks better of it, but now does move to the inside here from the backstretch for tree number 11. That's a pretty impressive move. We haven't seen a move done so far there tonight.
Yeah, what a move. That takes some guts to make a move in that part of the racetrack and not throw it off the track. So Indy Anderson now to the top of the timing sheets here ahead of Homer Heeman. He has help though. Adler Klein all over the bumper of Homer Heeman, and it's 3 karts line astern here with less than 9 minutes to go in this one. 3 go-kart breakaway. Josiah Phillips just holding on to the back of this group.
Yeah, and you got to wonder if that move from Indy Anderson at all will kind of bunch up this top three, and it doesn't look like it's going to, as Indy Anderson able to open up a little bit of a lead here. It looks like Alder Klein maybe starting to fall away a little bit, but as it goes, we see people getting a little bit closer. It looks like Josiah Phillips even able to make up a little bit of room on the leaders here as they head back through the S's.
On to the back straightaway we go, and Indy Anderson leads, but Homer Heeman has a pretty good run. If he opts to take it, elects not to, wants to push his teammate through, but at some point you have to make the move because Adler Klein is all over the bumper of these two drivers, and here comes Josiah Phillips, here comes Isaac Gardner. Both those drivers quicker than your top three last time around, and as this clock continues to tick here, less than 8 minutes to go now. Defending through turn one is Indy Anderson there, gets back onto the racing line, but Homer Heeman is starting to look for new ways to get around Anderson, because right now I think Homer Heeman is slightly quicker than the leader the last couple of laps here, and Adler Klein as well looks to be pretty fast. So this group that was a 2-kart breakaway in the pre-final is a 5-kart breakaway early in this final.
Yeah, and you got to think somebody's slowing somebody up here at some point, because this group was the top three even at the beginning of this race, and now it's bunched up into the top 5. Although, as we say that, heading back out of the backstretch here, those back two karts have kind of dripped away as we see a move to the inside here by Heeman. That looks like it's going to stick, and maybe Anderson in position here. No, will shut the door. Was in danger there to lose 2 spots, but able to shut the door, hang on to that spot, but will lose the lead to their teammate.
Homer Heeman now leads. We saw Adler Klein think about a move to the inside of Indy Anderson, thought better of it. Let's see now if Homer Heeman, he felt like he was quicker than Anderson the last couple of laps. He proved it by getting around Indy Anderson, but now he needs to get his sights set out front, do qualifying laps, and maybe pull Indy Anderson with him and make it a 2-kart breakaway for the Trinity Karting Group Car Public team. But Adler Klein, with how fast he's been all day long in both the 206 junior and K junior class, will have something to say about it. Behind him, Josiah Phillips, Isaac Gardner. They've been incredibly impressive all day long, but especially in this final, this is as close as I've seen them all day long here in the pack. So if those two can continue to work together, they have a shot at least a podium in this one with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, now that you can kind of see now that Heeman's out in front of Anderson here, it's kind of broken this up 5 group here up a little bit. They're still, I would say, a lead group, but I wouldn't say they're a lead pack anymore. You can see the 5 karts there on the front stretch, and then the separation to the rest of the field there. It has definitely spread out a little bit here. It looks like that last time by too. Heeman was the only one so far to break the 59-second club in this race, so definitely starting to check out a little bit now that they're in the lead.
Down towards turn 6, and like you mentioned, now that these two have swapped spots and Homer Heeman is leading that group, I think Indy Anderson feels comfortable enough to just give Heeman a push throughout the rest of this race and pull away as a team and make it a 2-kart race out front and not have to worry about any of the other drivers out there like Adler Klein, like Gardner, like Phillips. So these two drivers are doing a great job here of just pulling away, hitting their marks, doing exactly what they need to do to make it a 2-horse race when it comes down to the final couple of laps. Right now there's still plenty of racing action left. 5 minutes plus 2 laps here when they cross the stripe.
Yeah, and you can kind of see even now, even open up more of a gap now. Both cars in the 59-second range when you look back at the rest of the field there. Now starting to fall into the 1-minute lap time range. So definitely the top 2 breaking away. So really Alder Klein, Isaac Gardner, Josiah Phillips, that's about a 3-way battle, maybe a 2-way battle right now for that podium spot. Yeah, it really looks like a battle between Klein and Gardner right now for that final podium spot. But again, at the top of the field here, Heeman and Anderson, the 2 teammates, trying to battle for the lead here. And I think you're right. I do think Anderson kind of conceded the position for now and was like, hey, just show me the fast way to get away from these karts, because you can see now they're just opening up a farther gap. It'll probably be about a 2.5-second gap by the time they get back to the line.
Round 14 and through the dog leg. We're less than 4 minutes away now from the checkered flag here for these KA100 junior drivers. Through turn number 1, 2, and 3 we go, and Indy Anderson just seems content at this point to just stay behind Homer Heeman, push away. You're increasing your chances of race victory. And there we go. Indy Anderson says, you know what? I want to take the lead. I feel like now my go-kart has come into its own a little bit here, and Indy Anderson has taken the lead from his teammate Homer Heeman.
And again, we see that pass in turn 11 there, that almost 90-degree left-hander there. We haven't seen that much today, so I almost wonder to an extent. Oh, I'm sorry, that was in turn 4, but I almost wonder to an extent if, you know, Anderson was setting that up, trying to see if they could make the move on their teammate there, and they did. They did. They have the lead. We'll see if Heeman will try to fight back here. Of course they will, but we'll see at what extent, or if they continue to push their teammate away.
Less than 3 minutes now in the KA Junior Final, and while this battle has been raging on throughout the race, further back, Adler Klein has Isaac Gardner for company. That gap is less than 3/10 now. That's the battle for third. So we have a battle for first and a battle for third. There's no guarantee for any driver on the podium right now as it stands at the moment. 2.5 minutes left plus 2 laps to go. At least 5 laps to go for these young KA Junior drivers here. Round turn 6, 7, 8, and 9 they go. Homer Heeman is just setting up a potential pass on Indy Anderson whenever he wants it. Down the back straight they go. No move there for Heeman right now.
Anderson did a good job of defending there too, coming down that backstretch down the hill where you're carrying a lot of speed into that braking zone. We've seen people slide wide before in this race, but not from Indy Anderson that time. Will continue to hold on to the lead as they come back to the stripe. You kind of mentioned it. These karts just a little bit quicker, so that's why we're seeing the higher lap count in these races. But it's just going to give more time for racing and more time for Heeman to try to make another move on Anderson. I don't think we've seen the last of the swap for the lead yet. I will say that, but Anderson, as I point that out, is starting to get a little bit of a gap here between their teammates.
A minute and a half to go, plus 2 laps for Indy Anderson over Homer Heeman. Like you mentioned, that gap, maybe the largest we've seen all day or all race long, but it's not saying a whole lot because it's maybe a kart length. It's starting to shrink now. Down the back straight they go. Indy Anderson defending on his teammate Homer Heeman there. You don't want to defend too early because I still think that Klein and Gardner are close enough that if you defend too early, you can make this a 4-kart battle before you would like to. So there's the scrap there for third and fourth. The battle for the lead is raging on. As they cross the stripe with 54 seconds left, that means there's 3 to go here. 3 laps to go for Indy Anderson to hold off his teammate Homer Heeman. Last time around, they were still quicker than Klein and Gardner, even with the slight defensive driving from Indy Anderson. But you don't want to do it too often because, again, less than 3 seconds the gap from first to third is not enough of a margin to, have it in the bank to defend earlier than you'd like to.
Well, you say that now, but I definitely think Indy Anderson, and we'll definitely see here when they come out of the S's off turn 11 down into turn 12 if they run that defensive line again, because I think they've had to be defending throughout most of this lap. And you can see again here, it cuts way down to the inside and then cuts back out to the outside to get the apex again. Look at the slip angle that some of these karts are getting. Going to be coming to 2 laps to go when they come back to the stripe. And Indy Anderson is still trying to hold on to the slightest of leads on Homer Heeman.
2 laps to go for Indy Anderson, who's defending slightly from Homer Heeman. Sets up for turn number 1, so won't lose too much time defending through 2 and 3. At what point does Homer Heeman make the move? We saw Indy Anderson at the halfway point make the move at this exact corner, turn 4. Heeman's close enough, decides not to do it. Indy Anderson is going to have to defend at some point here as that gap continues to grow for the battle for third and fourth. They're having to less worry about that group and more just worrying about each other here. Through 6, 7, 8, and 9, and onto the back straightaway. We saw Indy Anderson make the move here in the opening stages of this feature race. No move there, but on the back straight we go. Homer Heeman's got to run. Does he choose to take it? He doesn't. He's being patient. He's waiting for that final lap.
I think that's the right move right now. I think you put the pressure on, but again, you don't want to make that move too early. We've seen it happen all day today where a kart tries to make a move, kills all the momentum, and then it takes you 2 or 3 laps to get back to where you were. You don't have 2 or 3 laps. This is the last lap. So if you're going to make a move, you got to make it stick, and it's got to work, or else you're just going to lose that spot and potentially more spots.
Anderson went low into 2. He's going to have to go low into 4 here. Anderson bottom. Heeman goes to the high side. Look for the over-under here out of 5 and down towards turn number 6. Look, this is one of the best crossover opportunities on the racetrack if he can make it work. Homer Heeman goes high again, but Indy Anderson exits in the middle of the racetrack there to fend off the crossover move. Really smart driving there from Indy Anderson. Half a lap to go to hold on to this main event victory through 9 and 10. Now over the hill, onto the back straightaway we go. A few more corners for Indy Anderson. Really moving all around the racetrack and making that K100 Junior package as wide as humanly possible. 2 corners to go for Indy Anderson. Does Homer Heeman have enough? Further back, Adler Klein there holds on to P3, but to the stripe. It's a drag race. Heeman versus Anderson. It's a photo finish. Homer Heeman steals it at the line over Indy Anderson.
Oh my goodness.
0.02 of a second difference, but Homer Heeman takes it. And the 822 of Isaac Gardner has a mechanical failure rounding the final corner, and he won't make it to the checkered flag. He was all over the bumper of Adler Klein. Heartbreak with a quarter to go. Isaac Gardner won't even reach the start-finish line to cross the stripe. It's going to be a DNF for the Kart Republic driver there, and you can see the disappointment on his face and what it means to him. Heartbreak. You hate to see that for any driver, and you can see what it means to these young kids as well. I mean, it's heartbreaking to see.
Yeah, you got to think you've gone all day long and you've put together your effort all day long, and then literally less than a football field away from the finish line. That's how your day ends. That's got to be brutal.
Well, while we get ready to do some kart pickup here, checkered flag is out, and Homer Heeman steals one here in KA Junior over his teammate Indy Anderson. Adler Klein there rounds out your podium for these K100 Junior drivers provisionally here. So that being said, we'll have a bit of kart pickup, bit of time here to play some commercials and hear from our sponsors before we get ready for our final 3 features of the day, beginning with Mini and Micro Swift.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back to Batavia, Ohio for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. On our screens and getting ready to see the green flag, it's Mini and Micro Swift. Some of these drivers doing double duty this weekend in Cadet and Mini and Micro. So, through the tram lines we go for our Mini Swift drivers first, as you get ready to see the green flag in the air, and it is green. We're underway here in Mini Swift. Robert Lash with a good start over Alex Kutcher and Ben Gleberman. That is Will Richard in that fourth spot there. We saw the dominant performance that Richard had in 206 Cadet earlier on this afternoon. Behind them in Micro Swift is Drake Williamson over Jackson Frank, and then it's Wyatt Huntsbarger, and then it's Drew Schneider in the Micro Swift class.
So far, a good start for Robert Lash. Gleberman trying to get to the back bumper here. I do think he has the speed. Seeing Alex Kutcher, and again, William Richard that we saw earlier out on the racetrack as well. Still one spot away from the podium, so as long as he drives a clean race here, anything can happen in front of him, and he can get himself on the podium 2 times in one day. That'd be quite a day at the racetrack for him.
What a move. Ben Gleberman to the inside and through on Alex Kutcher. We saw these 3 drivers go after it all pre-final long and put on a great show for us. Expect more of the same here in this main event. Robert Lash still leads over Kutcher, and then Gleberman in that second place spot there. A couple laps in, still a long way to go for these young superstars. Across the stripe now for Drake Williamson. He leads the Micro Swift field over Jackson Frank and Huntsbarger. Huntsbarger actually got around Jackson Frank, so good job there by Wyatt Huntsbarger to put himself into P2 now, a second back from Drake Williamson.
Yeah, the tight battle in our micro class between Williamson and Huntsbarger, first and second there. A little bit farther back to Frank, and then even farther back to Schneider there in 4th position. But again, either of these drivers right now, if you find yourself in that 4th spot, you're one mistake away from a podium. So keep plugging away, keep trying to put those lap times in. Never know what happens in front of you. Back to the front here, we see a move for the lead. I think that's going to work for Gleberman. He's going to take the lead from Robert Lash here in our Swift A final.
In Micro, there's Drake Williamson, there's Huntsbarger going after it. That gap is closing. Speaking of closing, Ben Gleberman has gotten to the point here, so he's around Robert Lash. They're side by side through turns number 2 and 3. This battle is going to brew throughout the entirety of this Mini and Micro Swift main event here, but Ben Gleberman to the point here in this one, and it's been a pretty solid run throughout the day so far for Ben. Robert Lash took the pre-final win, but it wasn't without trying for Alex Kutcher and Ben Gleberman, so expect these 3 drivers to continue to jockey for position as the race goes on.
Yeah, and really only 2 minutes into this race right now, so plenty of time left for all 3 of these drivers at the front to make plenty of moves. And as we say that, we see a move to the inside here. Lash going to make the move, take it away from Gleberman. That really seems to be the passing zone with these karts, is either going down in the turn 12 there or carrying the speed into turn 13 and really trying to work the inside line there. As you see, then Gleberman will try to take it away from Lash there. He will make it stick, will lead this lap. We'll see if he can return the favor maybe next time by.
Yeah, Robert Lash now leads over Ben Gleberman, and Alex Kutcher. Still a long way to go here, over 7 minutes left in this main event. But again, with these 3 drivers knowing that they are as quick as they are this weekend, they can afford to fight a little more than maybe you would see in a, on a race weekend where there's more, go-karts in the fights. But these 2 drivers really, this is seat time for them. This is just one of those things where they know these are the 3 drivers going after for the podium, and they each want that top step. So they're not going to go down without a fight here. So Robert Lash now leads, but every single lap at this point in this race, it's been a different leader. This time, Robert Lash is trying to make it, 2 laps in a row of him being the leader. Let's see if he can make it happen. Through 13 and 14, the first time all race long, we've had the same leader for more than 2 laps here, and it's going to be Robert Lash. There's Will Richard there in 4th. Behind him, battle in the Micro Swift class, battle in the Mini Swift class. Ben Gleberman to the inside in turn number 1, and he's through. New leader. As I just said, we had a first time, 2 laps in a row of the same leader. They're going to jockey it out again, and so Ben Gleberman now to the point.
Yeah, we can't have that. We have to have the lead switch at least one time a lap. So we had to have it. We got two. So we got to get really early in the lap next time here. And I think we might see the dive again from Lash in the same spot of the racetrack. Really seems to enjoy making the move into turn number 12. So we'll see here as they come back out of the left-hander and head down the hill here. Although as I say that, almost a little bit of a run there for Kutcher, but he thinks better of it and backs out. I really think Lash wanted it there, but Glaberman cut him off.
Less than 5 minutes to go here in this mini and micro swift class. Glaberman leads over Lash and Kutcher. There's Will Richard there in that 4th place spot, but this is the battle that we're all watching. Glaberman goes low. Lash falls through. This is going to give Alex Kutcher a great run down towards turn 2. Glaberman defending. This is really early to defend here if you're Ben Glaberman, but it's awesome for us for all the racing action we're getting here. So Glaberman goes low. Again, Lash going to follow through. Look for the big over-under move from Alex Kutcher here through 4 and 5. He's got a great shot here now down towards turn number 6. Glaberman goes low again, and then Alex Kutcher goes to the high side here through turn number 6 and up the hill. Side by side for a moment there for Kutcher.
Yeah, I think Kutcher right now is kind of perplexed. He's a little bit faster, I think, than two of the karts in front of him, especially as they go side by side here. But he doesn't really have a spot to make a move either. So he's kind of trying to just find a spot right now where there isn't another kart. And that's why you keep seeing him go to the outside here. He'll go high, but then get all the momentum back as he gets the really good exit off the corner. As we go back to the start-finish line, looks like Glaberman here is going to be able to hang on for potentially his 2nd consecutive lap. But really, nobody's letting up here, and it's still just a 3-kart battle for the lead. And again, you see Kutcher just kind of has to take the option to where nobody else is going.
Well, it's the right option there because it worked out for him. That big over-under move through 1 and 2 puts Alex Kutcher up to P2 now. So Ben Glaberman, all this defending is working out for him. It's continuing to bring the field closer. They're pulling away from Richard, but it's making it to where Ben Glaberman is not focusing up ahead and trying to pull away. Now, with that pass from Kutcher on Robert Lash, Glaberman now can put his sights set forward a little bit more than he would and do some qualifying laps here, try to pull away. But right now, Alex Kutcher all over the bumper of Ben Glaberman as they climb the hill. Glaberman might have to defend here. Otherwise, Kutcher might have a move in a 12. Doesn't take it, though. Through 12 and 13 we go for these mini Swift drivers. And Kutcher now with a bumper from Robert Lash. Going to have to fend off the TKG driver. It's going to give Ben Glaberman a decent enough gap to not have to defend the 1.
Yeah, I really think that Kutcher wanted both of those spots in one lap there and then try to get away from both of these drivers. You can see here, Lash is going to make another move to the inside, and that's going to work for him. So again, I really do think that Kutcher wanted to make that move as quickly as he possibly could, knowing that he was going to get slowed down by Glaberman once he got to him, because he wasn't going to be able to make the pass, because Glaberman, we keep saying it, he's playing defense, and maybe it's a little bit too early to play defense. But, I mean, if you can't pass him for, 2 or 3, 4, 5 minutes, then you're just playing good defense the entire time, I guess.
Next time they cross the stripe, it's going to be less than a minute and a half to go here in this mini Swift main event. And what a main event it's been. Robert Lash inside and through, takes the lead, slices wide though. Glaberman wants the inside back, but it's going to get chopped by Robert Lash, who slams the door shut on Ben Glaberman. But he takes a really shallow line through turn 14. It's going to give Glaberman a really good shot here down the front straight if he wants to take it. Lash goes low, Glaberman goes high. Look for the outside move or the big over-under through turn number 1. Lash goes wide, Glaberman goes low, he can't defend. New leader, Ben Glaberman, with 1:15 to go. Side by side through 3, Ben Glaberman holds on.
Yeah, that was quite the move right there too, and really held the momentum through turn 2, but he's going to come back at him again here. It's not quite over yet. We've seen it. It's going to go back and forth, and it's going to go back and forth, I believe, a few more times here. 52 seconds left in our racing session. So I think by the time they get back to the line, I think we're going to see 3 more laps here. So 3 more laps for all these drivers to battle it out. I think we saw another pass there for the lead.
Yeah, Robert Lash now back to the point over Ben Glaberman. These two drivers just continuing to duel it out for that top spot. Alex Kutcher, all he can do at this point is just watch on, because at this point, if one driver goes high, one goes low, you're pretty much in no man's land, and you have to pick one or the other. And right now, he hasn't made, he hasn't been able to pick right too often. But I still think Alex Kutcher's in a pretty decent spot here if these two drivers continue to fight it out. Like you said, 2 laps to go here in this Mini Swift main event, and again, an over-under move. Gloverman low, Lash leaves the door open through 2. Ben Gloverman back to the point.
And I actually think they're going to get 3 laps to go here, because I think they had 10 seconds left possibly when they got to the line, but we'll see next time they come around. But 2, maybe even 3 laps to go for these drivers, so plenty of more time for Lash and Glaberman to make a couple of passes here. You see the Glaberman holding on to the slimmest of margins there. I wouldn't even say a kart length right now as they head back through the S's towards turn 11.
Yeah, you're right. So now it's 2.5 to go. 2.5 to go here for these Mini Swift drivers. Gleberman leads, defends low, Lash gonna follow through. Alex Kutcher goes to the high side. We could see an over-under move here through 12 and 13.
It's a tough spot to
Gleberman,
defend.
he's left to the wayside. Yeah, it's a tough part of the racetrack to be on if you're Gleberman. He gets pushed out wide. Alex Kutcher with a great run out of 14. He's side by side. A 2-for-1 special potentially in the cards for Alex Kutcher here as he crosses the stripe. 2 laps to go in Mini Swift, and Kutcher around the outside to the lead.
That's exactly what Kutcher wanted. We talked about how he always was getting left with the short end of the stick. That time the lottery happened to work out in his favor, and really he was able to get the preferred line, the 2-for-1. But look at this. Here comes another pass to the inside. It's not going to be another 2-for-1, but it's going to be a switch up again for second and third position. And Kutcher is loving this because it just allows him to get more of a gap now.
1.5 laps for Alex Kutcher, who hasn't led a lap all race long, but it's the one that matters. We're coming up to the final lap here. He needs to make it last for another lap and a quarter here. Inside for Gleberman, he's through, Lash through as well. And now Lash a 2-for-1 himself. He goes from third to first here as we get ready to see the white flag in the air one more time around for these Mini Swift drivers.
And I really don't think that's what I think Kutcher should have played a little bit more defense there. Maybe he knows he doesn't have just quite the pace that these two karts have as they open up a little bit of a gap now. But I really think that if Kutcher could play it correctly and get that run like he did off of 14 again, or 16, I apologize, I think he really has a chance here to try to steal it right at the end from these two drivers.
Out of turn number 4 and 5 for the final time, down towards turn 6. Lash goes low, Gleberman low, Kutcher goes to the high side. He can't get around there. It's a long way around the racetrack. He's going to have to regroup and kind of reset where he wants to make this move stick. Through 8 and 9, you can't really make a move through here unless you force one. But, oh, wow, Robert Lash goes wide. Down the back straightaway we go for the final time. Kutcher's going to push Gleberman around the outside of Lash. A little bit too wide. Oh. Kutcher forcefully makes that move stick. He's up to second. Just like a couple laps ago, it's up to Alex Kutcher to get a good run out of the final corner. Lash goes low. They're side by side. It's Kutcher versus Lash. Gleberman's going to make it 3 wide. It's 3 by 3 at the stripe. Who's it going to be? Ben Gleberman steals it at the stripe. Ben Gleberman by 0.03 of a second ahead of Robert Lash. Alex Kutcher finishes in third. This is the fight for the Micro Swift win. It's Huntsbarger ahead of Williamson, ahead of Jackson Frank. Who's it gonna be? It's a drag race on the line. William Huntsbarger wins the main event for Micro Swift.
What a pass by Glaberman there at the end. Really, I was not expecting, because not only did he not take the outside line, because Lash defended to the inside on Kutcher, but then Kutcher went to the outside as well, so Glaberman took the third outside line, basically. But I guess that allows you to get more of a drive off the last corner there, and it worked for him.
I want to clarify, I was thinking of William Richard. Wyatt Huntsbarger, wins the Micro Swift main events, but we didn't get to cover that Micro Swift main event because the Mini Swift event was so good. But both races put on an absolute show for us, with Gleberman and Huntsbarger taking the wins respectively there in Mini and Micro Swift. But wow, I got to catch my breath a little bit here after that incredible main event in Mini and Micro. 2 races to go, starting with Pro Shifter when we return.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to the Pro-Am Karting Championship. Two main events left in the cards, starting with Pro Shifter. It's going to be Larry Pegram and Mitchell Lowry on the front row here. Behind them, Safet Haddock III and Riley Pegram on second row. Fred Robertson on that third row. Alongside him is Jeff Lyda. Paul Radzewski alongside him, his brother Matthew Radzewski, and then it's Jeff Carroll in that ninth and final position here as the drivers look to the lights to see the green flag wave in a few moments' time. Engines are revved as high as they possibly can. Clutch is released. Good start for Lowry, better start for Larry Pegram. Holds on to the top spot.
And Larry Pegram just able to just barely shut the door there as they went in the turn two, but that really slowed up Lowry's momentum. A big run that's going to allow, I believe, Haddock here to get onto him in the turn four, but I don't think it was quite enough to get the move done. But again, that's going to allow Larry Pegram here to get out to a very early lead in our Pro Shifter final here. We'll see if anybody else has really anything for him, because you remember back to our heat race, it was really Pegram by himself and then a battle for second, third, and fourth after that. And we'll see how that transpires here in the remaining 9 minutes left in this race.
Larry Pegram extending his lead over Riley Pegram, who had a great start up to P2 already. So Riley Pegram up to P2 already. Mitchell Lowry on the third. And then it's Safet Haddock the third in that fourth position. Fred Robertson rounding out your top five. So no changes in position besides Radzewski there over Carroll for that eighth position. And then Pegram, Riley Pegram, should I say, up to P2 already.
Yeah, and really just it's been Riley Pegram's had an interesting day because remember, lap in, then moved up in the heat race, and now has moved all the way up into second position now. So just continuing to move all the way up now in second position behind Larry Pegram. So a top two family affair we have here with 8 minutes left.
Yeah, so Larry Pegram leads the way by just under 2 seconds over Riley Pegram. We saw the qualifying for Riley Pegram where she only made one lap after the engine had an issue after she couldn't get it refired after spinning. Did one lap in qualifying, started in that 6th place spot, finished 4th in the pre-final, and from there it's going to charge through the field up to P2 already. Last time around, Riley Pegram was about 4/10 faster than her dad, Larry Pegram. So this is going to be a pretty decent battle here with 7.5 minutes to go. Speaking of good battles, Safet Haddock III all over the bumper now of Mitchell Lowry.
Yeah, for your final podium spot here, that's P3. Lowry just the slightest bit slower last time by, but potentially we'll see here as they come into frame, able to take just a slightly better line there. Maybe gives it away, but is able to shut the door again on Haddock there. So he's going to hang on to that final podium spot, at least for right now, as it stands. And then Robertson, Lyda, and there's Juski brothers going on farther back from there. So things kind of settling in a little bit right now. Larry Pegram gets back to his hold of the fastest lap, not only last time by, but also in the race. So a little bit of catch up there for Riley, but back to a bit of normalization of pace here.
Yeah, Larry and Riley Pegram matching each other's lap times last time by. Mitchell Lowry still going after it with Safet Haddock III. We saw a bit of bumper contact through turn number 6 about a half a lap ago between those two drivers, so they'll continue to put on a good show for us as this race goes on. Just over 6 minutes left, plus 2 laps for this Pro Shifter main event as they round the dog leg. Let's see what the gap is. 1.3 now. Riley Pegram starting to close that gap on Larry Pegram up front, so it's going to start to be a father-daughter duel for that top spot.
She was faster that last time by just 0.2 of a second, but that's definitely enough with as much time as we have left. Lowry still able to hook up Haddock III in that last podium spot, but back from there, it's all normalized really through the rest of the field, and everybody just kind of starting to tick laps away here. But really, Riley Pegram is trying to drive the, I wouldn't say race of her life, right? But definitely right now trying to put in the fastest lap times of the day to catch her father.
Yeah, and right now that gap continues to look like it is closing. It's further back, side by side for third. Mitchell Lowry, Safet Haddock III going after it. That's the battle for that final spot on the podium. The gap at the stripe, Larry Pegram put a 10th now on Riley Pegram. The last couple of laps, they have been trading personal best lap times and, you know, continuing to take a 10th and then give a 10th away. So this is going to be the battle for the rest of the race here, and this battle on the screen right now, the battle for third, is continuing to rage on here. Mitchell Lowry doing a great job on that Magic Kart USA machine to hold off Trinity Karting Group Safet Haddock III.
Yeah, and right now this has been the closest battle on the racetrack, at least for the majority of the race. I know we continue to watch the gap to the leader continue to ebb and flow, but right now we see what I thought was going to be the beginning of a move down in the turn 12, maybe thought better of it, but you can see they're right neck and neck right there heading into the final switchbacks here as they get back onto the front stretch. It's going to be a battle to watch for the rest of this race.
Larry Pegram puts 3 more tenths to extend his advantage over Riley Pegram. Mitchell Lowry now has a bit of breathing room over Safet Haddock III for that third position. Further back, Fred Robertson pulling away slightly from Jeff Lyda. Then it's the 2 Radzuski brothers there, and then Carroll in that 9th spot. So a pretty large amount of field spread so far. This is the only, real battle we have on the racetrack right now, and it's a good one. It's for that final step on the podium. And as the clock continues to tick, we're under 4 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. Soon enough, the gloves will be off for these 2 drivers. But for Larry Pegram, that gap is just continuing to grow now over Riley Pegram, who in the middle stage of this race looked like she might have had a challenge for her dad, but as this race is going on, Larry Pegram's go-kart just continues to get better and better.
We'll see what happens next time they come to the line, but at least that pass lap advantage to Mitchell Lowry for the final podium spot. Was able to run just a bit faster lap time than Haddock the third. We'll see next time by as they come around. Haddock with the advantage that time with just a 1/10 of a second. So that battle is going to continue to rage on. I think if you're Lowry, though, you're still in, I would say, an advantageous position. It kind of depends if you like to be leading or if you like to be following, but at least watching him today, it looks like he wants to be, if there's a battle, the driver out in front.
Well, that gap is now 2 seconds between Larry and Riley Pegram, and it's continuing to grow. Less than 3 minutes now here in this main event for the pro shifters, and it's Larry Pegram over Riley Pegram still. And then there's Carroll about to get lapped here. He looks over his shoulder. He knows that Larry Pegram is arriving on the scene pretty quickly here. So Riley Pegram loses 5/10 that time around to her dad. Mitchell Lowry, Safet Haddock III, still going after it for that third and final spot on the podium. This is going to be an absolute dogfight to the end here with 2.5 minutes less than that. And when they cross the stripe, it'll be less than 2 minutes left in this race. So I feel like this race is ticked down pretty quickly compared to the other ones here. And I don't know if it's because just the duel we have on our screen or what, but I can't imagine there's already 2 minutes left in this race. It feels like it's flown by.
It really does feel like it's flown by, but there's been intrigue throughout the race. Not to say that there wasn't, but there hasn't been as many storylines, right? You've had Larry trying to hold off his daughter, and then Riley making the charge there for a few laps, and it looked like she was going to catch him for a few seconds. And then we've just had this constant battle between Lowry and Haddock III, I think is maybe what's making it go by a little bit. I was interested to see with Larry Pegram dealing with some lap traffic there, if that was going to put any kind of onus on him to maybe slow him down or put maybe some more space between him and Riley, but it doesn't look like it's made too much of a difference.
So Larry Pegram last time around with the assistance of lap traffic lost 4/10 to Riley Pegram, so now the gap is back down to 2.1. Mitchell Lowry, Safet Haddock III, still going after it. Lowry did a great job, started on the front row in this one, since then fell back to third, but hasn't lost a spot to Haddock III, who I think at this point is just analyzing where he thinks that he can make the move on Mitchell Lowry. Out front, there's Larry Pegram. Riley Pegram behind him. Still, it looks to be that gap is maintaining as side by side for third. Lowry, Haddock III. For a moment, I thought Haddock III was able to get around him, but through 14, Mitchell Lowry held the outside quite nicely there on that Magic Kart machine, finding some extra magic on board that package. So Mitchell Lowry holding on to P3 right now. Back up front, Riley Pegram takes a 10th out of her dad's lead. It's not enough at the moment to make anything happen, but as Larry Pegram continues to catch more lap traffic, this could play into Riley's hands a little bit.
Yeah, but also at the same time, it could get to the point where it takes laps away from Riley if he gets slowed down by lap traffic and then gets to the white flag this time around instead maybe the next time around. Then that makes a little bit of a difference, right? But it looks like right now this will be coming to the white for Larry Pegram. So he just has one, I'm sorry, not coming to the white, but coming to 2 laps to go. I apologize for Larry Pegram. So he just has 2 more times around, 2 more solid laps, and then this will be his.
Riley Pegram had issues getting around some lap traffic there, and her gap to her dad has grown to 3.7, but now she's going to have a dogfight in her hands with Mitchell Lowry and Safet Haddock III right behind her. So rather than looking forward to see if she can catch her dad, she's going to have to defend for the next 2 laps here around the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. So for Riley Pegram, you saw the frustration. Her hand was in the air crossing the stripe last time around, and that was because she just couldn't get around the lap traffic. So now she's going to have 2 go-karts behind her that she's going to have to fend off for that second place spot.
Yeah, really good job by Lowry there. Fended off Haddock III that entire race for the final podium spot. Now even has a position to go to the second podium spot. So we'll see what happens here. Again, I believe this is going to be coming to the white flag for Pegram this time by. So we'll see what happens here for this battle from about second on back till 4th.
White flag in the air one more time around. Riley Pegram closing the gap on her dad there. Mitchell Lowry getting closer to Riley Pegram as well, but we're starting to see a little bit more field spread than we have all race long. Mitchell Lowry is pulling away when it matters most on Stoffet Haddock III. So let's see who's going to be the driver that finishes in second place as Larry Pegram's gap continues to just not grow but maintain at this point in the race. So through turns 7, 8, and 9 for Larry Pegram, your leader. Riley Pegram right behind him. She doesn't have to defend at the moment. Mitchell Lowry will have to defend though. A bad exit out of turn 9. Haddock III might have a move here if he wants it. Lowry defends through 12, through 13 for the final time. A bit of a bump, a shove for Haddock III. Can't make it stick. Out of the final corner. Larry Pegram is going to see the checkered flag first and win Pro Shifter. Riley Pegram behind him, and then Mitchell Lowry just ahead of Stoffet Haddock III for that 4th spot there. So Mitchell Lowry is the final driver on the podium provisionally. But what a run for Larry and Riley Pegram, father-daughter duo. And it's a 1-2 combo for them. And then Mitchell Lowry, P3, Haddock III, Jeff Lyda rounds out your top 5 here in Pro Shifter. One main event remains, and it's the KA100 Pro-Am class. You won't want to miss this.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Formation lap underway for our final main event of the day. KA100 Senior. Carter Thompson, Will Steele, teammates on the front row. Nikolai Dukov, Ryan Miller, Scott Oliver, Ben Lyda, Braden Ebert, Blade Fountain, Gavin Dagenhart, Ryan Crouch there on the final row. Alongside him is the likes of Hunter Cole in that 11th spot there. So front row is TKG Kart Republics of Thompson, Will Steele in the tram lines for the final time today here at MCC. Are we going to see the green flag? They look to be pretty good. And green is in the air. Green flag. Carter Thompson leads. Nikolai Dukov, good start for him. Look at that. Scott Oliver, he might put himself in the third here. Around the outside for Will Steele. He'll maintain that third spot. That's a must-needed move for Will Steele at the start of this race.
One card off at the very end of the field there. Looks like everybody going to be able to get together, though. We're getting the single file formation here, at least for this first opening lap of our final feature race of the evening here. Looks like Thompson able to hang on to it. And again, give a shout to Dukov. I know he lost a spot there, but able to make a few brave moves in the heat race, get himself into a good spot here where now he's battling for at least a top 5 position as we come back to the stripe. Looks like it's going to be Thompson, Carter Thompson, hanging on to the lead for at least right now, I believe. Let's see what happens when they come back to the stripe.
9 minutes remains for Carter Thompson to put on a really good show for that pre-final victory. Nikolai Dukov, though, wants a piece of that. He's up to P2. Will Steele on the bumper of his teammate as well. Up towards turn number 4, Steele over his shoulder. Sees that Ryan Miller is not close enough as it stands at the moment to make anything happen. So it's TKG 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. These Car Republics are absolutely rolling as Will Steele up to P2.
With Steele with a really nice move there on the inside of turn number 7. They take it away as you go back through the S's. I think that's a really good passing spot we haven't seen very much of, because after that it really forces you to make a decision going through the S's. You can't really go too wide through there. So somebody's going to have to lift. But again, Carter Thompson able to open up the slightest advantage over our leaders. It was about a cart length, maybe now back down to a half a cart length. One driver goes off there. I'm not entirely sure who that was, but it doesn't look like too much of a tire drop there, so it shouldn't hurt them too much. Maybe a move to the inside here for turn 1. I believe that will be. Ryan Miller tried to make a move to the inside. I don't think that's going to stick.
Yeah, a little bit too wide there for Ryan Miller. All that battling, though, between himself and Nikolai Dukov is going to allow the top 2 to start to pull away. Carter Thompson, Will Steele, all they need to do now is put their heads down here, push a little bit, and make it a 2-horse race out front with the slight separation they now have over the drivers in 3rd and 4th. Further back, Scott Oliver, the leader of that second train. Behind him, Braden Hebert, Ben Lyda, Ryan Crouch. He started on the back row of this race. He's up to 8th already from last, so a pretty good run so far for Ryan Crouch. You saw how quick he was in the pre-final there. Unfortunately, had to start last in this main event, but he's been pretty fast so far. We see him in the back corner of our screen there. He's up to 7th now, so Ryan Crouch got around Ben Lyda. His charge through the field continues. At this point, he'll need some racing up front to make this, a doable podium for him, but the pace is there for Crouch as Dukov drops the tire at the exit of turn number 1. That's going to hand over the spot to Ryan Miller, and that's going to cost them even more time for the leaders.
That was a big save by Dukov there, though. Big sideways moment, possibly the biggest we've seen all day long, at least coming out of the corner. I don't know if he dropped a corner or just too much acceleration there coming through turn 1, but definitely a big moment. They're going to give up the spot. We'll see if he has enough time to chase him back down. Just over 6 minutes left here in our final feature race. And Thompson and Steele, as we saw earlier in our heat race, back to 1-2. We'll see who's going to be the victor there this time around.
So far, so good for Carter Thompson and Will Steele. No mistakes for our top 2 drivers. The only mistake I've really seen so far of the top 4 is that one tire drop from Dukov, but after that he's put his head down here and hasn't lost too much time to the leaders. 1.5 now the gap from 2nd to 3rd. So for Dukov, he'll need some mistakes from the leaders. He'll need some racing from the leaders, but it's still in the cards at this point for Dukov and for Miller. I think right now Ryan Crouch has gotten around Oliver and Heber, so he's the next driver in line. He leads that train. There he is, the white helmet with the red go-kart. Ryan Crouch up to 5th from last on the grid. His charge through the field continues. This podium chances are still on here.
Yeah, they sure are. They are still on, and just the slightest of wiggles I saw there out of Carter Thompson, I think it's going to give Will Steele another run here coming down in the turn number 12. I don't think it's going to be enough, but it's going to at least shorten that gap up a little bit between those 2 top drivers. And then we see behind him Dukov and Miller almost in as tight a battle as these 2 leaders here for the last podium spot. I think one driver dropped a tire there further back in the pack, but everything seems to be in order, it looks like. I thought I saw maybe a little bit more than that, but I guess not. But back to the front of the pack here, Thompson and Steele still duking it out here for the lead.
Less than 5 minutes to go for Carter Thompson and Will Steele. Their lead over Dukov and Miller continues to grow, and that's all you can ask for if you're Thompson, if you're Will Steele right now, because the longer you can pull away and the longer you can go without racing, the better of a chance you'll have at racing for the actual win when it comes down to crunch time later on in this race. When we cross the stripe, it'll be less than 4 minutes to go, which really means about 6 laps or so left in this K100 senior final. Thompson versus Steele. Further back, they're side by side. Dukov and Miller going after it. Dukov still holds on, but right behind him, Ryan Crouch using every bit of the racetrack he can because he knows his chances at a podium continue to increase the more that Miller and Dukov battle.
Yeah, so he's trying to find every line he possibly can and hope that those two race side by side as much. A little bit of a gesture there from Steele to Thompson last lap. I'm not entirely sure what that was all about. I'm guessing it was friendly because they've been working together so far. I don't know if that was just like, no, continue, you got it, you're good, or what that was supposed to be. But again, these two continue to just pull away from the rest of the pack, and now almost a 3-second lead for our top two drivers. And we'll see if any move is made here by Steele or if it continue to just fall in line. It was coming out of turn 14 the last time that he said something, although let's see here. Yeah, nothing this time around. I don't know what that was all about. There was some kind of hand signal. I don't know. You would probably know about the hand signals better than I do.
Yeah, usually with hand signals, it's more to just let the drivers behind you know, like, listen, let's work together. Let's keep doing what we are doing because it is working right now and working well. 2.6 seconds now the gap between Thompson and Steele over second and over third and fourth. Ryan Crouch right now just not quick enough to hang on to the bumper of Ryan Miller right now for that fourth spot, but out front as we see less than 3 minutes to go now for Carter Thompson and Will Steele to continue to do what they have done all race long, and that is hit their marks. I haven't seen either driver make a single mistake all race long. It's been very impressive to watch here. Around turn number 9 and 10, over the hill, down the back straightaway we go. Will Steele has no intentions at all of making a move here this early on in the race. And I say early, there's still 2 minutes to go. It's not a whole lot of racing action left, but usually before 2 laps to go, especially as the leaders, you don't want to battle too hard. You don't want to bring the drivers back into the mix of it all. So this is exactly what you could ask for out of Carter Thompson and Will Steele at the moment. Through turns 4 and 5. A minute 45 left for Carter Thompson and Will Steele. Will Steele is starting to push Thompson away even more here. Dukov, again, last time by a couple tenths slower than Steele. That's the battle for that third spot between Dukov and Miller. Ryan Crouch just not quick enough at the moment. His pace dropped off after the opening stage of this race. He's not able to contend for the podium as it stands at the moment. A minute 20 left on the clock. When they cross the stripe, it'll be 4 laps to go here. 4 laps left for KA100 Senior. There's a look at Ryan Crouch. Then that next group, Scott Oliver, Ben Lyda, Hunter Cole, Blade Fountain in that next group as well.
And really, unfortunately for Crouch right now, is that he's raced a really great race and put himself in a spot where he could be in that battle for the podium position. But again, he's by himself. He doesn't really have any help to get him up to third and fourth position right now, but you can see he's trying everything he possibly can, trying different lines of the racetrack, trying different entries, exits, trying to find any speed that he possibly can, but it's definitely going to be tough when he has 2 karts ahead of him.
Next time they cross the stripe, it'll be close on time, but I think it might just be 3 laps to go. It'll be tight, though, for Carter Thompson there, getting pushed by Will Steele through turns 12, 13, and out of 14 and 15 here for Thompson ahead of Will Steele. That gap is continuing to grow, and yeah, it's just going to be 3 laps to go here for Carter Thompson over his teammate Will Steele as they round the dog leg. 3 laps to go for Carter Thompson and Will Steele.
And really, I think Will Steele here, he's figured out the spot that he wants to make the move. It's just going to be a matter of when. I don't think you're going to make it with 2 laps to go. I think you're going to make it probably on the last lap. Or if you do make it with 2 laps to go, you better be sure that you're going to be faster than him and not give him an opportunity to make the move back on you. We'll see what happens here, though. About 3.5 laps left here.
2.5 laps to go for Carter Thompson over his teammate Will Steele. Nikolai Dukov and Ryan Miller still going after it for that third and final spot on the podium. Ryan Crouch starting to fade late in this one. Doesn't have enough pace on board that OTK machine to continue to keep tabs with Ryan Miller and Dukov. Through 15 and around the dog leg for the penultimate time, or about to be the penultimate time. 2 laps to go here for Carter Thompson and Will Steele. You see the hand signal from Will Steele saying, listen, I know you're looking back. Don't worry about me. I won't even try to fight until the last lap. Let's continue to do what we're doing. No point in racing right now. And I tell you what, for Carter Thompson, he's starting to pull away here slightly. Still a kart length or 2 away, but at the moment, it'll take a lunge from Will Steele to make something happen. So for Carter Thompson, just continue to do what he's doing, and it should pay off.
Yeah, and again, you see Steele point again. I think he's just saying, like, just go, man. We'll figure it out later. You know, like, if I'm going to pass you, I'm not going to pass you now. So maybe he's kind of hoping, too. He's like, he doesn't want to kill his momentum by looking back and trying to dive him defensively right now. He wants all of that speed. And if we're going to see a move here in our final race on the final lap, it's going to be here.
Round turn 15 and through the dog leg for the penultimate time. White flag in the air. One more time around the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for the Pro-Am Karting Championship for round number 4 here for K100 Seniors. And it's Carter Thompson versus Will Steele. One last time around here through 3 and 4. Again, the hand signal in the air for Steele saying, listen, I'm not going to fight you just yet. Through 4 and 5. This is the first real passing opportunity that we can see on the racetrack. Thompson low, Steele high. The gloves are officially off, and it's crunch time for the 2 TKG teammates. Through 7, 8, and 9. Down the hill before they climb the hill once again for the final time. A decent exit is all Steele needs, but Thompson might just have enough of a lead here. Down the hill towards 12 and 13 for the final time. If he keeps it tight here, it'll be tough for Steele to make a move. Through 13, now 14, Thompson low. Steele setting up the move to get a decent run onto the straightaway. I don't know if the run's good enough. Through the dog leg for the final time. They see the checkered flag. Who's going to take it? Thompson at the line. Carter Thompson wins over Will Steele. Nikolai Dukov in third. Ryan Miller, Ryan Crouch rounds out your top 5. Hunter Cole, what a run from the back of the grid to P6. Scott Oliver, Ben Lyda, Blade Fountain, Gavin Dagenhart. That's your top 10. Braden Heber, Chase Adams, unfortunately, did not finish this main event. But congratulations to Carter Thompson. He led flag to flag to win KA100 Senior, the final main event of the day for the Pro-Am Karting Championship, round number 4, here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. From myself, Alexander Searle, and alongside me, Ian Fisher in the booth, thank you so very much for tuning in to watch today's coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship. You were watching Kart Tracer's live coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship, round number 4 here at MCC. Thank you so very much for watching, and have a good night.